has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He is the Redeemer.
I wouldn't speak for a majority because, as I told you, we have not been consulted as a caucus for us to state our position. But me, Apia Kubi, you can solicit my view on that. If it was for me to choose, I would choose him. Why? He's not my preference. Apia Kubi is saying that he is not my preference. But that doesn't mean that he is not qualified. Well, if there was an opportunity like that, I would express a candidate, however acceptable or otherwise, to our presidential candidate. I would want somebody who will be open with the people on the ground, who will be able to deliver the votes, and who would also submit to the presidency, and who will also be important in bringing parliament closer to executive. I would probably select somebody who was more acceptable by the generals going to the war, the parliamentarians. We should find somebody who, if the presidential candidate is not there, he will hold the hand of a member of parliament and go and conduct campaign in that member of parliament's constituency. I don't see that happening in this equation. He cannot hold my hand. So why would I say that I prefer him?
Sabi, Mr. American. Yeah, you be the young boy. And tonight, I'm sure fees pay. Yeah, Shampabwa. Yeah, school bag. Yeah, school books. And to want to that. Say, you're on one quarter to make a good school. 4 or 5 years old in the books. Yeah, when is that? Yeah, progressively free at the buy. Be a panty and car. That yeah, never be at the phone before. Some are my bonus. Never be at the phone before. Oh, be sorry. Now, so NDC for say, one more preference, which is on Pacono, or Nidia Oka. As some Oka, no Tiasi. No one can say, oh, my hammer see about the Jeffrey suggestion. And no one cry at miracle, we will tonight. As I'm making in our Alabwa. Oh, be also war. I've be a chair said. You are John Ramada Mahama Kojina, baby. I can say free SHS no be chairman on farm radiation. When to me on farm the memo be Angelini. Yan can't be beside that. See, I hear for an express remo. You say, ah, today. Nakagana, dear, me for throw me in quas, so when an Adimoja coffee. And now where then your damn and coffee, so we bread the hospital. And to say, Nina, then she say, a beton, the Bebu, Aquamo, be a better. Near me who saw some of a caco, or be a fa pepe. As I knew who said pepper and the woman. And yet the other be no idea too.
You need the hour. And to tia would you a kunini for. And son who call a whom would do a better politics. What a team of rubber brave, penny brave. Now, Adrina won and one, a mistress said, Yame bois, not be a corner qualua. Odi eba bois near Pejagana mine.
The Paramount's Chief and Traditional Council.
He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the...
What is fully under your control, and see where you can cut this, you can postpone this, you can reprioritize, and be honest with the people of Ghana. Because of A, B, C, D, E, and F, we will shelve this. We will put this on the back burner. We will prioritize this because it has to do with education, it has to do with a human life, and so on and so forth. You don't...
He has labored.
Station is Pan-African Television. We're broadcasting live from the Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah Studios. And we're also live on Facebook, Pan-African Television, YouTube, Pan-African Television. Is the mother of all talk shows, Alhaji and Alhaji. Like I said, live on Pan-African Television, live on the social media platforms. If you join us on the social media platform, do share your thoughts with us, what you think about the discussions we'll be having. It's a part of the show that I read what you're thinking. So I'll get there. So do share those thoughts with us if you're watching us via Facebook or via YouTube. If you're listening to us on radio, via Radio Gold or the many other affiliates that we have currently tuning to us to give us that wider reach so that you can listen to us wherever you are and however you are moving. We want to say a big thank you to you for choosing us. I am Sena Nombo. Well, this morning we're going back to the discussion of the DDEP, particularly from the perspective of what was supposed to be done with foreign bondholders. Well, they said they have an agreement in place. Government says it has an agreement in place. And if you listen to the finance minister, he says there's a lot to celebrate. In fact, they've been able to resolve the issues in the economy to the point that the opposition cannot campaign on matters of the economy. That's how fantastically well they have done. And in fact, that day he said, watch the city. He was speaking in London. He said, watch the city the next day. There are many analysts who says, I've watched the city, I've been watching the city, nothing is happening. So that's our very first discussion. What the finance minister calls the conclusion of the DDEP and the celebrations he's calling for. And then we'll move on to issues with Kenya. Kenya has attracted a lot of attention by some members of parliament who had gone there for a program were locked up when these things happened. The youth are protesting. First, the protest was over the finance bill 2024. The president decides to withdraw the finance bill and say, I won't sign it anymore. I'm sending it back to parliament. The youth are now saying, we can't trust you anymore. This was not what you promised. You didn't promise us more taxes. So we want you gone. That was it. So it created a whole issue. In fact, there are questions of massacres happening as a result of the protests. And I will read some of the latest development from Kenya when we get there. And I will conclude with the Great Transformation Plan. For many months, you've heard Solomon Owusu and then lawyer Pierre Dankwa refer to the Great Transformation Plan as what they believe is a solution to Ghana's economic issues. Now, they finally launched it this week. That was Monday. It was launched Monday. So we'll be discussing that plan, how they intend to get Ghana out of the situation we find ourselves. Well, this morning, we're joined in the studio by Kwame Kwesi Prajina, who is General Secretary of the Socialist Movement of Ghana. Solomon Owusu is a member of the Movement for Change, Alliance for Revolutionary Change, which is the bigger umbrella body now. And then we're also joined by the parliamentary candidate of the NDC in Wale Wale, who is Honorable Abubakar Abdallah. Honorable Abuba is famously called. He's joined us in studio. And then we'll also be joined by Mr. Kojo Chumbuafo, who is former Executive Director of the Free Zones Board. Well, so that's our panel for today to discuss the issues we've tabled. But we start today's program with a conversation with one of the known voices when it comes to Alhaji and Alhaji. For many, many years, they kept the show running, kept it hot, and was one of the reasons this show gained popular acclaim. Dr. Joseph Tony Edu is former Deputy Defense Minister and former Ambassador to the Netherlands for Ghana. Doc, good morning, and I hope you're well.
Good morning, Sena, and greetings to your listeners and viewers. I'll be more grateful if you can turn up your volume a bit because I can hardly hear you.
Okay. Doc, noted. Is it better now?
Yes, it's better.
Fantastic. And how's your health, by the way?
Well, come see, come sir, but we are hanging in. Thanks for asking.
Doc has joined us to share some thoughts on the matters in relation to the DDEP in the economy and what the finance minister wants to celebrate. Doc, you know how this thing works, so you have the mic. Please go ahead.
Yeah, still your volume has gone down again. I don't understand. But I got your question. I think what I can do is to introduce an element that has been missing in the discourse on the comparative management of Ghana's economy over the years. If you observe, there is a discernible pattern that has characterized successive governments managed by the Dankwa Buzia political orientation. It starts with Buzia, went through Kufuor, and has ended up with Akufo-Addo. That pattern is borrow as much as you can, squander the money you have borrowed, declare bankruptcy, and when you get accepted as a bankrupt, you sue for debt relief. Buzia did that between 1969 and 1970, and it was the basis of his quarrel with his finance minister, J.H. Mensah. Kufuor did that with the declaration of HIPIC from 2003 to 2008. And the advantages gained by HIPIC were misused. The question we used to ask is, Nasikano why? Akufo-Addo has done even worse. All this show that there is a clear pattern of incompetent management of Ghana's economy anytime the MPP comes to power. People have given undeserved accolades to Kufuor's management of the economy. We do know that the benefits of HIPIC was not only in the HIPIC relief, which amounted to well over 8 billion, but also in the debt cancellation which the regime achieved or was given to the regime between the period 2006 to 2007. And yet, by the time Kufuor was leaving office, our foreign debt has climbed up to its previous level again. The debt cancellation was 66% of our debt, which stood at 6.3 billion in 2006. 66% brought our debt, foreign debt, to about 2 billion. By the time Kufuor was leaving, that debt has climbed up to 8 billion again. Incredibly enough, all the so-called social intervention programs launched by Kufuor were funded by foreign donors. Virtually all. School feeding, maternal care, were all funded by donor support. Enter Akufo-Addo. The same policy of borrow, squander, declare bankruptcy, get debt relief has been pursued as the sine qua non of the management of Ghana's economy. What the finance minister said is nothing but self-glorification and self-denial of the actual facts on the ground, that they are simply incompetent. Their whole knowledge of financial management of the Ghanaian economy is to borrow, squander, get into debt, and then sue for bankruptcy and debt relief. Pattern, follow, one after the other. Katie Hammond's, this brings me to Katie Hammond's attempt. And I see the relevance here in terms of the MPP's ideology of property owning democracy, development in freedom, and new capitalism. Here you are, you have declared ideologically, that you are a center-right party committed to promotion of private capital as the engine of growth. Every word that springs from your mouth like confetti in rhetorics indicate that you are the ones who are championing Ghana's development through freedom. Freedom for the private enterprise to thrive. And yet, you are full of ideational contradictions. You are full of policy contradictions. It's like a farmer who eats his eggs and expects his chicken population to grow. You are eating the eggs that lead to the generation of chicken. Here you are, you go to Parliament to seek tax forgiveness for private industries, selected private industries. And yet, you impose taxes on existing manufacturers with the effect that you kill their capacity to produce. What kind of capitalism is that? If you cannot play the capitalist game, don't play it. What business do you have to impose price restrictions? And it's very interesting that Katie Hammond has on 2 occasions tried to pass allies always towards the end of parliamentary sittings so that he can rush it through the mandatory 21-day sitting, and then there will be no debate. But then, I don't blame Katie Hammond. You have to blame the whole country for restricting Ghana's development to an ideological premise that cannot advance the progress of Ghana. It is impossible for Ghana to develop with a capitalist mode of production, for God's sake. What is happening is that we are performing peripheral capitalist functions in a world dominated by core capitalist countries who sees your only ticket to participate as your possession of raw materials and natural resources which they feel they have a right to exploit. They know that you have a high fertility and high population growth, and therefore they cannot allow you to control your natural resources because your poverty is a function of their richness. They are rich because you are poor. If they allow you to exploit your natural resources, it means you'll be depriving them of their means of welfare in their metropolitan counties. That is the essence of it. And we have to realize that capitalism is by nature organically exploitative. Capitalism do not conspire to come and exploit you. You are exploited because you are exploitable. You are vulnerable. That is the essence of it. Capitalists do not conspire to exploit you, but the conspiracy element comes when their interests are threatened. In the 60s, when the group of 84 or so was formed at the UN, leading to the establishment of UNCTAD, the trend was confiscation of foreign properties and nationalization. I remember one of my own lecturers, George Schwarzenberger, called it neo-barbaric policies. I used to challenge him in class, and I said, the United Nations Charter directs that we should have sovereignty over our natural resources. If we express that right in practice, is it new barbaric as compared to the Americans dropping napalm bombs in Vietnam and killing children? But that is the orientation, the behavior and ideological orientation of Western bourgeois economic thought. That's how it's been, and that's how it will be. So I'm not surprised that currently the MPP is jubilating because they have a relief from a partial relief from the very mess that they have created over the past 8 years. They are not concerned with national interest. They are concerned with regime interest, and they will pursue it to the detriment of the ordinary Ghanaian. That's a historical record.
Look, thank you very much. But before you go, do you have some comments on the Kenyan issue?
Well, Kenya. You remember President Marcos of the Philippines? He was also removed by people's power. Not by military, but people's power. There comes a point in the governance of every country where the underprivileged realize that they have no hope in the politicians, and they will rebel. We hope that we do not have a mass revolution on our hands, but for one is forearmed.
Doc, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. And we should have
most welcome.
Dr. Joseph Toniedu is former Deputy Defense Minister and Ambassador to the Netherlands. So he's kicked off the conversation on the DDEP. And of course, I guess we will go into the matter. And this morning, I'll start with Honorable Abuba on the issue of the debt restructuring program. Good morning. Nice to see you. It's been quite a while.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wish you well. Good morning to senior comrades on the platform. The butterfly is sitting next to me. We'll soon be talking about it, so I wouldn't talk much for now. Listen to the finance minister, and I felt so sad. Very, 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 very sad. One was about the economy, and one was personal. One of my problems that was personal with regards to what I heard from the finance minister was that I felt the misgovernance of this MPP government is actually leading to the destruction of some fine brains that I felt shouldn't belong to the MPP. To hear the finance minister, Dr. Amin Ansah, my brother, is an individual that I've always admired. And when he was appointed the finance minister, I saw a recipe for the destruction of his character and reputation. And it played out clearly when I heard him talk after the successful deliberations on the restructuring of the debt. And the conversation this morning, if we are to understand it, we need to investigate the context and where we are coming from as a nation. This is a government in 2016 that traversed every nook and cranny of this country to attack and insult and condemn the NDC government then for excessive borrowing. So 8 years down the lane, from 2016 to 2024, after the so self-acclaimed competent individuals have taken us through their style of administration and governance, our debt, that was 122 billion, is currently now at over 568 billion. What kind of competence takes a debt of a country from 122 billion to over 600, almost 600, or more than 600 as we speak? As we speak now, it is now 658.6 billion Ghana cedis, dollars. Now, cedis. Now, the same country, the same people of this government told us in 2016 that it was a lazy approach to borrow. They've borrowed and they've taken the economy into bankruptcy. It is the same people who told us in 2016, some part of 2022, they told us they were not going to the IMF. And that Ghana was a sovereign state with pride, that there was no way under the leadership of the then finance minister that Ghana will go to the IMF. Every Ghanaian listening to me this morning will bear testimony to the fact that we have not only gone to the IMF, we were not even qualified to go to the IMF after 8 years of the administration. They told us there was not going to be haircuts. The very people who promised us there was not going to be haircuts ended up giving almost everybody a sakura, including pensioners. The pensioners who are now at home and was taking little monies from the investment they made were also denied the luxury of their investments. The same people, led by His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, traversed the whole globe with deep throat foreign accent, told everybody Ghana was beyond aid and we're moving, and our dream and vision was to get to a stage where Ghana was now beyond aid. I am bringing and cataloging these 4 important factors to dovetail into the conversation of today, where a government, after 8 years of its administration, after having failed to honor these promises they made, took us to the level where we're now bankrupt to the extent that we're no longer able to service our debt to our bilateral partners and bondholders. We defaulted in 2022. About 30 billion we're not able to pay. And in trying to go to the very IMF that we talked about not going, we realized that we're not even qualified after all to even go to borrow. So today, I hear a finance minister who tells me that when it comes to macroeconomic front, they've done far better than the NDC. Then I wonder the kind of economics this government is using in managing this economy. When Ghana was going to IMF under the NDC, under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we didn't have to go through debt restructuring to be able to qualify for the money we needed from IMF. Today, for only $3 billion, Ghana had to do debt restructuring, both domestic and international, in order to be able to qualify to get not anything but only $3 billion. How do you compare such situations? Then we move on to the next level where he talks about the fact that, okay, the NDC can no longer campaign on the economy. I don't think his ability to restructure debt at the international scene has something to do with the price of tomato. The Ghanaian is living under serious economic hardships. Prices of goods and services are skyrocketing. When we were in secondary school and we learned about hyperinflation, we thought it was only a hypothetical situation that will never exist. Somewhere within 2022, the inflation of Ghana went as far as to 54%, and that was hyperinflation. Currently, Ghana is one of the countries in Africa with the highest food prices. An agrarian economy like Ghana now being one of the countries where the price of food is so high. The economy will still be in this mess. And I would want to call on my brother, the finance minister, not to allow his attempt to defend this indefensible situation to mar his reputation that people have known him for. Look, this economy, as we experience today, and the celebration they are calling Ghanaians to join them, I will want to tell Ghanaians who are listening to us this morning not to accept the invitation from these people to celebrate mediocrity. Because what happened at the point of the agreement of the debt restructuring, in my view, is calling us to come and celebrate remedial performance. You ruin the economy, you push the economy into bankruptcy, we are no longer able to pay our debt, we don't even have money for internal development, we are going to IMF, and IMF is giving us very harsh conditionalities for us to meet before they give us $3 billion. And after having been able to secure a debt restructuring with our bilateral donors, which is a remedial measure to get our economy to have breathing space, you call on every Ghanaian to join you to celebrate a victory. Indeed, this is actually a celebration of mediocrity, and I don't think Ghanaians should join them in celebrating this. As to whether the money, the $360 million that they are going to get after the successful restructuring is enough to cure the economic ills of this economy, it's an obvious no. Because this government, as said by the respected Dr. Tony Edo, they are very good at squandering money. Within the 8 years of their administration, they've squandered much more money than the money they are getting from the IMF. And let me also remind listeners that debt restructuring is not the same as forgiving our debts. They are only pushing the debt Ghanaians are supposed to pay into the future in order to have breathing space. So the Ghanaian economy will continue to suffer under the bad leadership of this group of people who are clueless as to how to manage an economy. And the finance minister, the previous finance minister, has created a very huge mess to the extent that I want to assure my brother, Ansah, that it is not going to be possible to get us out of this mess within a short period of time. It is a prosperity problem, and Ghanaians need to think through and offer an opportunity to other people with other ideas, and in this case I call for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who knows how to navigate difficulties in order to get the economy on a high speed, to come back and remedy the situation. As for the call for us to to join them in the celebration of this signing of the agreement to restructure the debt, I will want to call on Ghanaians to resist and to refuse that invitation to celebrate mediocrity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. He's the NDC parliamentary candidate for Wali Wali. Like I said, it's popularly called Honorable Abuba. Let me go through a comment. This is one comment. There's someone who, when was listening to Dr. Tony Edu on the Marcos issue, says, and his wife, Imelda Marcos, who had uncountable collection of shoes, not to talk of jewelry and the lavish lifestyle. There's Magdo who says, it is only in Ghana where your debts are postponed, then we see it as economic achievement, particularly when MPP led by the super incompetent president and vice president and flag bearer. Never again should MPP rule this country. Magdo sent that from Alaju. That's a comment I'm reading from Facebook. Thank you for sending that message. Jonukuja says, to be honest with you, these people are so wicked and insensitive to the plight of Ghanaians. You have borrowed to the extent that you cannot pay, and you have pleaded with the people to give you time to pay this one too. This one too, you have to praise yourself and jubilate. Do these people? Okay, thank you very much for that message. Mr. Usu.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning to my co-panelists and to your cherished viewers, particularly all members of the Movement for Change and Alliance for Revolutionary Change. That the sorrows of this country will be a thing of the past come 2025, when we have gotten a true leader. Where we are is lack of leadership. So I will begin this morning by admonishing Ghanaians that they should resist any attempt by this government and its functionaries in trying to use propaganda to whitewash the sitting incompetent president together with his unserious vice president, and for that matter, the flag bearer of the NPP. No amount of words. They must not allow people to use adjectives to whitewash incompetence. This is pure mediocrity being served to the people of this country. I watched Ansah. You first of all ask yourself where he made this statement. I listened to him at a town hall meeting of the NPP in the UK. So the context must define your understanding of what he was doing. Who was his audience? He was speaking to NPP fanatics, NPP supporters in the UK, who most of them, I'm not sure, knows exactly what is happening in this country, because they pick their information mostly from the news portals. And depending on who is paying more and who is controlling the media narrative, you are likely to get them to follow on seriousness. Remember, it was the same UK town hall meeting that the Attorney General, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, also went and made some bizarre statement that after his cross-examination of the Jackpa or so, the evidence that had been tendered were all destroyed. So clearly they were doing politicking. And like my brother Abuba said, you see, Ansah came across as someone who was serious before becoming the Minister of Finance. And I remember one of the shows on Pan-Africa on Mondays, I descended on him heavily. When after being given the position of a finance minister, he went straight away to Manshia and lied to the king. That monies were sitting down there to deal with all the problems in Ashanti region. That was when I gave up on him. I realized that he has been infested. And mind you, his position, that's the finance minister's position, was originally offered to Kwaku Kwarteng. That's what people are not knowing. So you ask yourself, why Kwaku Kwarteng will reject such a juicy position? Mind you, he has been a deputy finance minister before, so his dream would have been to be the substantive minister. But on this occasion, Kwaku Kwarteng said he preferred to serve the party in parliament rather than to accept the position of the Minister of Finance. Because he knew that with this president and his vice and the make of the new patriotic party now, there was nothing like truthfulness in their dictionary. So he was only going to be used to spew non-fat. Listen, this whole idea of domestic debt exchange program or debt exchange program, why did we get to where we are? And here, Abuba, your party will not be able to go scot-free on this matter. Ghana has been to the IMF for the 17th time. We were made to go through this debt exchange program because we wanted to take advantage of the IMF program. Is that not the case? NPP and NDC for 32 years, all that they have done was to send us to the IMF. Because we have always had an issue with our balance of payment position. So we seem not to be getting things right. Why do we have a problem with our balance of payment position? It is because as a country, We are not producing. That is a fundamental problem. We are having to import more than export. So what our leaders have been doing is that they only promise without giving us a concrete plan. That when I come, just like we are doing now, we are going into a major election. What are the politicians doing? They are promising. But what the electorates, what the Ghanaian is not asking, is that what are the plans backing the various promises you are giving to the people to be able to achieve what are you are saying? We don't ask that. We are only following, yeah, Joe boy. So when they come and they disappoint us, then we tend to be angry. We don't have to be angry because we are the same people that put these people there. What did we see? What were the probing questions? To find out whether or not, given the opportunity, they will be able to, as it were, execute all the mandate or all the promises that they are giving to you. We don't ask that. So politicians in this country get away with a lot of nonsense. Now, have you cited any of the agreements we have been told of? No. Senator, have you cited it? No. Interestingly, you have the media platforms promoting this nonsense that we have reached an agreement. What sort of agreement? You don't have any media landscape. Maybe you have asked them, and maybe they will not even give you the opportunity. I know. You are from Pan-Africa, you are from Radio Gold. You don't side with government. You are not one of those that are fanatics of this government. So they won't give you the opportunity. But they have their platforms. Go across that platform. And they did this propaganda with the foreign media. You read Reuters, you read CNN, you read Bloomberg. All of them were carrying the same story. That an agreement has been reached. Mind you, whatever agreement the finance minister together with this government reaches, they are doing it on behalf of the people of this country. And as a citizen of this country, are you in the know as to whatever is contained in the agreement? It's pure propaganda. Pure propaganda to deceive the minds of the people that we have done something and that give us the mandate to continue ruling this country from 2025. That is the essence of this whole piece. Now, the finance minister made an irresponsible statement that I couldn't believe it. That he as a finance minister could say that. He's saying investing in government bonds is an individual investment decision. And that when you invest and there are troubles, it's your own palaver. But this is a caring government that even though you made a mistake of investing in government bond, we have thought of it or seen the need to come to your aid. Is that how a finance minister says? So now what you said, do you think for a moment that if I have money, I would make that mistake in investing in government bonds? Because then it becomes an individual risk. Growing up and learning economics, be it economics without tears or Econ 101, we have been told that government bonds are the safest pair of bonds. Safest. Any book, any literature on economics will tell you safest. Like Abuba said, hyperinflation. I learned it that at a point in time, Germany, you will be there, you are buying beer. By the time you are done, the price of beer has gone up. I never thought I would experience it during my lifetime in Ghana. It took this government, led by Nana Akufo-Addo and Bobie, to disprove all this economic theory. That indeed government bonds are not safe. And that hyperinflation is not just theoretical, but it's something that you can experience it in your lifetime. And that's what we are going through. Then on the same occasion, you have the finance minister in the midst of this nonsense promising that between June and October they are going to unleash 1.5 billion to those that have been affected. Why do we do this to ourselves? You have told the world that you don't have the money. In fact, when the RENA unit issue came up, what were we told? The government didn't have money to even deal with an issue of 4 million. 4 million citizens to save people on dialysis. Now we are told that we have money enough. Why do you think recently the paramedics, the lab technicians went to strike? They went on strike. Now I'm told a lot of labor unions are about going on strike. And government is telling them that we don't have money. All of a sudden, because of politics, because he felt he was dealing with gullible minds. In any case, Canada and Japan have told us that the most stupid supporters are MPP supporters. Maybe that one came into his mind. So he thought that he had to give them wrong info. Nothing of this is going to happen. But you see, the sad aspect, you see the way we are pampering our foreign creditors. This whole domestic debt exchange program, it started when? Is it not December of 2022? That we started giving locals their haircut, which compelled the former Chief Justice. She is your auntie or sister or something. You to your family members, they have disappointed this country power. When we speak, you will come and say anything otherwise. But the president who is mismanaging the country is coming from your family. Family trait. Come and destroy everything. It took the former Chief Justice to go and pick it. If you throw out so because your family is destroying this country. Akufo-Addo has people, he's from that family. Give me the opportunity to destroy. Now,
that's not fair comment.
It took the former Chief Justice to go and pick it at the finance ministry before they started even listening to them. When patriotic Ghanaians have responded to the call of this government, we needed money to embark on developmental projects, because that is the essence of bond. Floating of bonds is to solicit for funding from the public to embark on your developmental agenda. These people have loaned you their money. Pay me if you don't have the money. The government was rather behaving as though they were doing these bond holders a favor. And as we speak, many of them have died through this process. They have died for no cause. So if you have a finance minister and a government that felt that they needed to deal with their locals first, destroy them first before they go into the international market, then it becomes a problem. 137 billion they were able to restructure, which has affected, and this is the reason why the economy is where it is. Now, did I hear the finance minister say that everything is solved because of whatever negotiations they have done? Are you sure? Do you believe in what he said? The finance minister must not be annoying the sensibilities of the good people of this country. And what I want to tell the people of this country is that this is a government that knows that it is going to opposition. And from the signals that we are picking from the system, they could suffer the heaviest defeat in a lifetime. So the decision that they have taken is to lose with a respectable scoreline. And so some of these decisions have been taken to reduce the embarrassment. And that is all to it. It's to reduce the embarrassment so that they can go out and then, if possible, reorganize themselves and come back after Lanchamantin so that they can come and save themselves. Other than that, there is no head until Ghana has not enjoyed anything. We must even demand where they have gotten to with their agreement so that we will know whether in the midst of troubles, mind you, this is a government that takes advantage of situations that are very dire. During the height of COVID, that we were seriously in pain, what did they do? Did they not go and bring a company called Frontiers? The company itself, the name is a problem. They were fronting for these people. To come and collect $94 million, Senna, and only gave this government $6 million. We asked the health minister. He said he didn't know anything about that company. We asked the transport minister. He said he didn't know anything about it. We asked the Ghana Airport Company. They said they did not know anything about it. We asked the presidency. They also said they didn't know anything about it. So who was the one that brought these Frontiers into this country to come and then do what they did to us? It was during COVID that we were told by this government that they were able to feed people with 54 million Ghana cedis. Were you fed? Were you fed? So it is a matter of urgency that we are exposed to the level of arrangements or negotiations they are doing. Either than that, we need people who go and negotiate at an interest rate of 10%. I'm telling you, they'll come and give it to the people of this country at an interest rate of 20%. So that once in the opposition, anytime government makes payment, they will go and take their share. And this must be resisted. And we will resist it. I'll end my submission here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Solomon also. He says we need to see the details of that agreement. Well, if you just join us, the Mother of All Talk Shows, Alhaji and Alhaji. We are live on Pan-African Television. We are live from the Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah studios of Pan-African Television. We are on Facebook, Pan-African Television, YouTube, Pan-African Television. We are live on Radio Gold, 90.5 FM. Let me come to Mr. Chumbuafo.
Yes, good morning to you. Good morning to your listeners and watchers. Good morning to my fellow panelists. Honorable Bobie, it's a pleasure meeting you for the first time. I've heard so much about you. Nice to meet you. As for my big brother and my uncle, we talk often, so it's good to be back here. As for you, sometimes the least said, the better, but I'll see you in the car park after the show. For finally recognizing that I had some relatives who were destroying this country, because if I recall, some years back, you are one of their biggest advocates, and I warned you about them. Senna, I have often told you that some of the people running this government deserve to be in a mental hospital. But you see, unfortunately, they have also stolen the mental hospital. You see? So, when the time comes where they need dormitories and tents in the mental hospital, I wonder where we will have to put them. Senna, a finance minister, that's if he is indeed the finance minister, in anything but name, tells us that we should be excited that he is gone and rescheduled our execution. Because that's what in a sense they've done. You're a condemned man. Then the head of the jail cell walks into your jail cell and tells you, hey, be happy. We've rescheduled your execution. That makes us really happy. Because rescheduling the debt is basically kicking the can down the road for posterity to pay. Right? Rescheduling that debt is like Pontius Pilate washing his hands. But even worse is that the finance minister told us that we should understand that if we invest in government bonds, it's our own decision. Hey, Ansah, what about Amana? What is the finance lexicon for government bonds? It is called the risk-free rate bond. The risk-free rate assumes that you can rely on government paper. The government issues the paper, and after they default, we are told by the finance minister that it's your own doing. So why is there a law in this country that mandates that when you are paid, the money must go to a bank? Do you remember that during the old days, you are paid your cash at the account's office, and if you decide to put it under your bed, that's your business. Now, the law mandates that you are paid by electronic transfer into a bank account. Why do we have that law, Mr. Finance Minister? And instead of offering us an unqualified apology for the dross that you people have instituted in this country over the last 8 years, you go and sit in London at a so-called fundraiser where you claim that you made 1.2 million pounds. The people were sitting there, how could they have contributed 1 million pounds, 1.2 million pounds? Another money laundering operation, right? And then when you finish, you talk to us from abroad. Yeah, that's it. On December 7, we will talk to you from here. And make sure that there isn't even 4 big pens missing in that office. Because you will account for every single thing. And don't come and tell us that you've only been there for a short time. Don't try to use any back channels to get to President Mahama or anybody else that you didn't know about what was going on. Because like my brother, who I would like to meet in the car park after this show, said, Kweku Kwati refused the post. A lot of people don't know that. So it's not everybody in the MPP who is unprincipled. Kweku Kwati absolutely refused to get involved with this rubbish. Because Kweku Kwati didn't want to have to carry Kenuforiata to spring meetings at World Bank when he was supposed to have been sacked, wearing his white, still reading his Bible verses when he's put us where he's put us. During the so-called banking crisis, whatever it is that they called it, you spent 25 billion cedis to solve a 9 billion CD problem. There were banks that were owed money by contractors the government hadn't paid, and you closed it down for insolvency. Who does that? I mean, unfortunately, one of them was Kwesi Ndum's bank. But for Kwesi Ndum, it's good for him. Because he was the one tweeting prior to 2016 that President Mahama must go. So President Mahama went. There's an old Chinese saying, be careful what you wish for, because you may just get it. You got what you wish for. Now you see the rate at which his gray hair is grown. You see the rate at which his hair is falling out. You got what you wish for, Kwesi Ndum. Next time, be good to your creditors because they know who you are. The NDC gave you your banking license, right? But you ran around, President Mahama was go. The NDC brought you to this country. Be good to your creditors. They know who you are. Now, you are complaining you want your license back. So what? The MPP won't give you your license back. And then you pray on a future NDC government to give you your license. They will give your license to me to give to you.
Why you don't want to give to him?
Huh?
You don't give to him.
He begged, he prayed. You know his tweets.
Yes.
Mahama must go. And Mahama went.
Mahama is back. You will give it to him.
They will give his license to me. You see, my brother, a lot of people have suffered. And the finance minister was glibly saying, oh, we know some people have died. Hell yes, some people have died. There are some people who can't pay for medication, they are ill. People have spent 35 years working and saving. Their savings are gone. And you glibly just say, oh, people have died. Some of the people whose emoluments from their pensions you've rescheduled, you said they should come back and start collecting the money at the same rate of interest when they are 78. But the life expectancy of a Ghanaian man is 62. The life expectancy of a Ghanaian woman is 67. So none of the men or women will meet the money. In theory. Because at any rate, at a certain age, many of us as people of Negroid origin will start developing certain diseases. It's fact, it's in our genotype. If you don't have money to buy the medication for hypertension, for cholesterol, for diabetes, and all those associated diseases, which are not just lifestyle diseases, they are diseases of genotype and phenotype, how are you going to live to go and collect the money that Ken Ofori-Atta has squandered? And yet, MPP ministers today are the biggest real estate developers in this country. You know why? Because the money they've stolen, they can't take it abroad anymore. So they are, we say in almost Danehu, they are using it to build humongous estates. Go around all the prestigious areas in Accra. It's not uncommon to see that somebody's house has been bought, is broken, and an 8-story building is coming up. Ask who owns it. And they are using shell companies, third-party companies. I mean, what government steals land belonging to mental patients? You see, Honorable, hopefully you get to Parliament. Sure. And you people need to ask questions. Which group of people take land belonging to children? They've stolen children's park. This is an other children's park. They've stolen it. Which group of people take land belonging to a place that has been mandated since 1950 to cultivate flora and fauna that is rare orchids, parks and gardens? They've stolen it. And then they steal mental hospital. About them for Asasi Maria. What does that say about you? What does that say about a person who goes foraging to steal from people who have mental challenges? The colonialists, who we can say had really no interest in this our country, for whom we said we wanted self-government, knew that there were areas in the city that needed to be green no matter what. They knew that you had to allot places for children to play. They knew that society had a place for places like Boston Institute, Correctional Institute, within a city where underage offenders could be brought back into the mainstream. The NPP have stolen Boston Institute. They have stolen the Children's Park. They have stolen mental hospital. And today, it is not uncommon for them to sell the car park of schools. There's a certain school in Accra. I won't mention the name. They have emasculated part of their car park. And somebody is developing office buildings in the car park. The schools are cantonment. Those who know the school know what the school I'm talking about. So when, at what level do we say that enough is enough? Do the MPP want to see what happened in Kenya for them to sit down? Do the MPP want to see what happened in Burkina Faso for them to sit down? Or do they want to go further? For them to realize that there's a point at which we need to withdraw and say, thus far, no further. President Rawlings ran this country for 19 years. He actually made AC Sutherland Abbey Park better, put more toys, more swings, grew more grass there, and gave it a name. The NPP came to power. They are stealing it. And you know what they do? They say, in the name of public-private partnership. Right? As we speak now, the prisons land at cantonments. That one too. The people have been told to move. Because we've given it to a private. So, when does it stop? And unless people begin to stand up and say enough, like the people at Parks and Gardens have said, we are not moving. Like the prisons officers have said, we are not moving. You are not selling Borstar Institute. No matter what you do, we are going to die here with you. You put up the wall, we'll break it. It doesn't matter how many national security operatives you bring, because we ourselves are national security operatives by definition. Unless people stand up, like the people of CSIR stood up and said, you are not selling our land. That is the land opposite the Wyatt place in Roman Ridge. CSIR, they said, no, you are not selling it. Unless people begin to act, this is what we want. But Dr. Mohammed Amin will come and tell us this utter rubbish, right? Complete bull crap about the economy, that your economy is going to perform. An economy whose debt to GDP ratio now sits at 86.4% and is projected to hit 95% by the end of this year. You sit in London and you tell us this crap and rubbish because you think we are all idiots. You are a token. You have been a team for us, and made you a token. Are you serious? Senna, an unspoken part of what happened to people's finances during this, whatever it is that they call it. I don't call it DDEP. I call it death and destruction. Many of the people who had treasury bills, at the time the city was tanking, wanted the treasury bills, Colonel Ferretta gave an instruction that nobody should be paid. So the people were not paid. And the banks did arbitrage on people's treasury bills. So when the city tanked and they finally got it, they had lost value. For some, as much as they recovered as in nominal value, and if you understand what I'm saying, nominal value, some recovered only 25%. And you say then you tell us the economy is going to get better. And who's what? Because you people go to sit on a board meeting, one board meeting at commercial bank, you collect $34,000. Right? Clearly the economy is good for you. But not for the rest of us, who have saved our money over time. I mean, when you are young, what are you taught by your parents? When you say for BCA, we only found out under this Atim gang that your bank account is not safe. What they have done is going to undermine confidence in the banking system beyond our lifetime as we sit here. Because I am telling you, as we speak, whether you are a Fifanto, whether you are a Jinamwa, whatever it is you are, you and I both know that if you get money, you are not going to go and put it in the bank today. The best place to keep your savings is under your bed. You know that. Even my uncle Kwesi, who is a patriot, will agree with me that when you get money, the best place to put it, at least under this government, is not in the bank. Because tomorrow morning, they can tell you something else. This government is the only government in the history of this country that has declared bankruptcy, insolvency period. It is the only government in the history of this country that has expropriated people's money. And expropriation is expressly forbidden in our constitution. But you've done it. Because they can't do anything. This government is the only government in the history of this country that can willy-nilly do anything, defend it, and when they finish, the moral society is quiet. The last time we heard Madam, what's her name? The former head of the GJA. Let me sit well. This is the same one. Remember prior to 2016, when she goes to pray at Aglo, she said the devils running this country should go. 2 weeks ago, she said we have doomed so bad people are getting married. Basana, you got married not too long ago. When you get married and there's doom, so isn't it better for you? Considering you are going on honeymoon. You need electricity during your honeymoon. Don't laugh. She said there's hardship, but we are smiling. This same woman's financial institution was closed down by this very government. Unity. It belongs to her and her husband. They closed it down. And you know why she can't talk? She's a lawyer. Lawyers call it prior bad acts. Nano. So she can't talk. Why is it that Reverend Otabel cannot talk? His bank has been taken from him. Right? This is the same man who boldly predicted or prophesied that the city will hit 10 cities under President Mahama. That governing a country wasn't that hard. When his bank was taken, and the managing director of the bank was put in jail, was put on trial because he's now in jail, they said now you stop talking about politics. He's watching animals. He's watching the lions of Etosha Park on Discovery. That's what he watches. You see, in my narrative in the beginning, I talked about an old Chinese proverb: be careful what you wish for. They have gotten it. And because they have gotten it, they can't talk. Do you remember my former moderator, Ansah? Now he said he doesn't talk about politics anymore. This is the same person who saw that he was brought brown paper with money in it that he refused to. But he still realized that there were dollars in the brown paper bag. So unless my former moderator has X-ray vision or these days MRI vision, how could you tell that there were dollars in the brown paper, that it wasn't a see-through polythene bag? You see, they're all quiet. They're all quiet. Did you hear last? Did you hear the Peace Council? The Peace Council supports the EC, right, to engage in ex-ante rigging. Peace Council supports the Electoral Commission and the NPP apparatchiks to engage in ex-ante rigging. Senna, there's a malaise in this country. There's a malaise in this country. And it needs to be corrected. And if God gives the NDC power in 2024, the people of this country are going to expect that correction happens. And I want to encourage my friends in the NDC and my brothers, my comrades, that the time for father or for all is past. The people of this country want justice. The people of this country want you to find and punish the government officials who have stolen their land, who have sold their land to developers, who have disenfranchised them, stolen their pensions, and made them destitute. Eti katasumu mwasubia will not be tolerated. Sana, how many of us around this table do not know somebody who has died in an accident on the Accra Kumasi road? We don't have a motorable road between our two major cities in this country, and yet we found $250 million to host All Africa Games. We have found $250 million to build a new Bank of Ghana. And if there are any group of people who should be working in a tent during Hamatan, it is Bank of Ghana officials, because they have printed $86 billion illegally against the very Public Financial Management Act for which they were part and contributed to promulgating. Because we are, somebody should correct me, but we're only allowed 5% deficit financing, isn't it? And they have printed it is on the orders of Kenufurata. We have found money to put up a $10 million residence for the governor of the Bank of Ghana. When teachers haven't been paid, doctors are asking for better conditions, nurses are leaving this country in droves, like basically like what do you call it? Like a mosquito going to his in-laws funeral, right? Other nations, the most xenophobic of all nations, are poaching our health officials with alacrity because of the quality of the training that they've been given. Right? And what we have done is we are allowing it to go on. We hosted and spent $250 million on All Africa Games. And what kind of medals were we winning? Arm wrestling. Right? So we were winning arm wrestling gold medals. $250 million to win arm wrestling. That is what we did. When we could have spent the money building more hospitals. We spent $58 million on that hole, that black hole, that cavern, that monstrous carbuncle that we have left in the middle of Accra. $58 million. Those $58 million, it couldn't have tarred our road. And yet, I tell you what, last year, we borrowed $70 million from the Brazilian government to tar roads in Accra. You can go and ask the DUR. So, Senna, what is wrong with us? And then you have a finance minister, that talking, who comes to tell us that we should be happy that he has rescheduled our execution. In the coming months and days and months, you are going to hear that Timothy has chosen Matthew. Right? Timothy. Well, I said we are hearing that Timothy has chosen Matthew.
He dare not do anything otherwise.
So, Timothy and Matthew, the disciples of deception, arrogance, and failure, between the two of them, Baumia has failed at finance and economics. Right? Matthew, aka Napo, has failed at education and energy. So we have the pillars of failure. Right? And if they manage to steal the election like they are planning to, the EC is planning to steal the election for them, can you imagine what is going to happen? Graduates of a failed system of government now running the government. It's just like the lunatics running the asylum. But in this case, they have stolen mental hospitals. So where do we house them? This country is on a precipice. Senna, we need to be very, 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 very careful, because this country, and there are people around this table who are more steeped in the history of this country than I am, people have been shot for nothing. Given what we have done in this country to the present time, what did we shoot Achampo and a kufu for. What did we shoot the Nakota for? All the people who have lost their lives. And I think this week marks 45 years since those generals were executed. What did we kill them for? Don't we owe their families an apology? That some of them were shot for borrowing 50,000? Given what we are going through in this country, what will we do to those officials? Our pensions are gone. Our lifestyle. I mean, 3 tomatoes selling for 20 cedis. 3 tomatoes selling for 20, both float, 2 cedis. 10K, 5 cedis. And the 10K, if you people have noticed, it's yellow corn. The people who bring us the yellow corn, do you know what they do with yellow corn? They feed it to poultry. They feed Adani poultry in Google. Senna.
Engineer Chumbuafo number 2. That's Kojo Chumbuafo. Let me do a few of your comments. If you just join us, the discussion is the discussion on restructuring the Ghanaian debt. This is Tijani Osman who says, good morning. Ghana must change its laws on anyone who wants to be part of government. Both members of parliament and ministers and all government appointees should follow these new laws. Their children shall school in Ghana. 2, no one should go out of Ghana for medical reasons. Like that, when you go to parliament, they will do the right thing by making our schools better and hospitals too. Franz Godwin is also joining us. God help our ancestral homeland Ghana to have good leaders that will steer the affairs of the nation and save the future generations to come. We pray that for leaders. We pray for leaders who want to steer by force. Okay, will not get it, but we will protect our dignity and pride for the alien economy to be safe. So help us, God, to get rid of these bad leaders. Bedu Kwame says, in fact, if we're not allowed these crooked, gangsters to go score free, I myself, okay. Thank you very much for the message. This one, Tijana Osman, I'm really proud of Kenyans, Ghanaians, wake up. This is Francis Otu, who is joining us. It's sad to hear all these things happening in Ghana, but some of us still, our future ahead of us. We can't risk our lives for any further demo. It's either you stay quiet or leave the country. Franzo to send that one. Senior Sly is also joining us. Ghanaians are fed up with the ruling NPP government. Change is coming to NDC more truthful than NPP. Ghana's economy has passed the worst phase. The most dangerous lies are those who think they are telling the truth. Don't trust someone who lies to you. Reject Baumia and kick NPP out. That is thank you for that comment. There are a few more I'll go through, but after listening to Comrade Kwesi Pratt Jr., his thoughts to conclude this discussion on the DDEP and what the finance minister says a conclusion to our debt restructuring arrangement.
Well, I mean, nothing should surprise us anymore. You understand? Because what is happening under normal circumstances ought to be a big surprise. But after 8 years of enduring this government, what can surprise you? There's nothing that can surprise you anymore. Now, I listened to the finance minister in a celebratory mood and actually making the claim that after these achievements, the new patriotic party is now unassailable, and that its main opponent, the National Democratic Congress, has nothing to say. That virtually saying that they've won this election already because of what he claims to be the achievements of the government. What is the achievement? You are heavily indebted, so heavily indebted that you don't have the capacity to repay. Those who gave you the loans want something back. They have two options under these circumstances. either to lose everything or to claw back whatever they can get. This is the options that our creditors have today. To lose everything or to find ways of clawing back some of what they have given us. So they enter into an agreement with you and say, look, you owe us so much. We know you cannot pay. You don't have the capacity to pay. Okay. So, as a goodwill measure, some of what you owe is forgiven. Listen to me carefully. Some of what you owe is forgiven. You are going to have to pay the rest. Huh? And how you're going to pay it is that deny your people employment. So monies or resources which have gone into paying salaries and so on, don't spend it on salary. Don't give your people employment. Keep it aside so you can pay us. You understand? Increase taxation. Increase the level of taxes so you can accumulate some resources to pay us. Increase tariffs on electricity, on water, and so on, in order to accumulate some resources to pay us. Let your people suffer more by increasing the price of petroleum products in order to accumulate some resources to pay us. Not for you to develop, not for you to build roads, not for you to build gardens and so on, but just to enable you to raise resources to pay us so we can get something back. My brother, this is what we are celebrating. This is what we are celebrating. And we should not forget that what people celebrate actually reveals who they are. And if our government is celebrating this, it tells us very clearly who and who we have put in government. You know, I'm so troubled. I'm so very deeply troubled. Because if you watch our history, we have gone to the IMF for bailouts 17 times. And every time we have gone to the IMF, things have gotten worse. Check the history. Okay? And yet, we keep going to the IMF all the time and hoping that something new would come out of these negotiations. Indeed, our leaders have forgotten the advice which was given by Einstein. Einstein's advice is that, look, if you keep doing the same thing all the time and you expect a different outcome, your head must be examined. This is the advice that Einstein gave a long time ago. And we keep doing the same thing all the time and expect a different outcome. Our leaders, according to Einstein, not me, need to have their heads examined. It's unbelievable what we are doing. Now you see, in 2001, the whole world went into flames. Why? Because at the time, developing countries, including Ghana, were spending 67% of their total export earnings on debt servicing. And there was a crisis, global crisis. It is that global crisis which went to the development of the concept of HIPIC. 67% of total export earnings, and the world was in crisis. Now look at Ghana's situation today. Today, we are spending 128% of total national revenue, not export revenue. Total national revenue, 128%. debt servicing, debt repayment, and public sector emoluments. I mean, this situation is far worse than the situation we were in 2001. Okay? Now, in 2001, what happened? We were given debt relief, in fact, debt cancellation, not relief, debt cancellation. We were given concessionary loans and so on. I mean, so much. After we had climbed the mountains and declared from the mountaintop that we were highly indebted and poor, that we were in a state of hopelessness. We are in 2024. 23 years later, we are in a worse crisis than we were in 2001. Again, confirming that the IMF and the World Bank recourse to the neoliberal economic path does not resolve any crisis, but only deepens the crisis. Now, what surprises me? What surprises me? I've already said that nothing should surprise us. And I'm saying that what surprises me, because even within that sphere of no surprises, there are some things that are shocking. You understand? Now, what shocks me is that our leaders perhaps are so daft that when they are told, when those responsible for underdevelopment tell them that, look, there's no salvation for you, they are so daft that they can't hear, they can't listen, they can't understand. Yes, I was in this country, we were all in this country in 2001. When the representatives of the World Bank and the IMF in Ghana wrote a letter, a formal letter to President Kufuor, telling him that their star people, Jerry Rawlings and the National Democratic Congress had destroyed the Ghanaian economy beyond redemption. You remember? They wrote the letter to President Kufuor. Now, 2009, after 8 years of President Kufuor's administration, the same people wrote the same letter to President Mills, telling him that the Kufuor administration had destroyed the economy beyond redemption. Now, these were the same institutions praising Jerry Rawlings to the high heavens, calling on other African countries to emulate the example of the Rawlings administration. These were the same institutions praising President Kufuor to the high heavens and calling on other African leaders to emulate his example. Now, I would have thought that our leaders would have learned some lessons. Some lessons from what representatives of these two institutions were saying. They learned nothing. Nothing happened to them. They are doing the same things that wrecked the national economy. And it's unbelievable. Now, in a few months' time, in 5 months, we'll be going for an election. And listen to me very carefully. All of these politicians are coming to us promising heaven, as they always do. You elect us, and we will do this, we will do that, and so on. They are really promising us heaven on earth. As soon as you vote for them, you cast your ballot, they quickly run to the IMF and the World Bank. The IMF and the World Bank now decide what it is that they can do and what is it that they cannot do. And indeed, invariably, the IMF and the World Bank tell them not to follow the promises that they made to the people, not to listen to the people who elected them. So what do we do? Elections, what does it really mean when we talk about elections in Ghana? Elections in Ghana is not about choices. It's not about choosing between parties and choosing between presidential candidates. Elections in Ghana have become a means of choosing new faces that will represent the IMF and the World Bank. Because whoever you elect, they will go back to the IMF and the World Bank. IMF and the World Bank will become the governors of our country. So why do we pretend ourselves that we have choices in elections? Why don't we simply elect the IMF and the World Bank and forget all these campaigns, noise making and so on? Because invariably, whoever you elect ends up with the World Bank and the IMF. And the World Bank and the IMF will tell them what to do, in spite of the promises they made, in spite of your expectations and so on. So that is the value of elections in Ghana and elsewhere in the new colonies. We are electing what faces should represent the World Bank and the IMF. Finish. Now, there's something else which is interesting. A few days, maybe weeks, before we announced that we're going to the IMF for the bailout, everybody and anybody who mattered in government told us that it was reckless to go to the IMF. You remember? I remember the finance minister making a clear statement that we will not go to the IMF today or tomorrow. Over our dead bodies, we won't go there. It will be a disaster to go there. At that time, the current finance minister was a minister of state at the finance ministry. I recall the late deputy minister of finance, what is his name? Saying that, how can we go to the IMF? We would never go, and so on. They have gone. They have not just gone, they are telling us that we should renew their mandate because they have done what they themselves told us is abominable. Can you believe it? They told us that it's abominable to go to the IMF. It doesn't resolve any problem. It's a disaster. They went, now they come back to us and say, we have done what we said is abominable. Please clap for us. Let us celebrate together. Maybe Einstein was right. Maybe, just maybe, Einstein was right. Our leaders need to have their heads properly examined if this is their behavior. Now, my brother, why are we where we are today? And it's unfortunate there's a quotation which would have fitted properly into this discussion. It's a quotation which is captured in a book authored by Dr. Don Atta, which will be launched on Monday. And I have the book. The book will be launched on Monday. Yes, I have the book. I have a copy of the book. Yes. No, because I'm doing the launching. No, I'm doing the launching of the book. I'm doing the launching of the book. Okay. So I had the privilege of getting the first copy so I can read it and you know, do the launching. And there's a portion that I would have liked to quote, but I don't have the book with me now. Now, listen, my brother. You know, Lord Lugard, in our history, Lord Lugard was a colonial governor. And indeed, he is wrongly credited for being the initiator of the indirect rule, which became British policy and so on. As a matter of fact, it was his wife, who was a journalist, who put together those ideas about indirect rule and so on. And Lord Lugard actually wrote, that a time will come when the Africans will kick us out and that their duty as the colonialists was to make sure that when they leave, they would hand over to the elite and chiefs of Africa. The elite and chiefs of Africa, who will be made to believe that they, the British, are the best white people, and that we are safe doing business with them, so that they can continue to maintain their stranglehold on the former colonies. This is Lord Lugard. Lord Lugard saw that we will gain independence. He had no doubt that at some point there would be resistance against colonial rule. But he knew that British interests could be safeguarded if they handed over to the elite and chiefs of Africa, who would believe that they had good partners in the colonialists, and therefore would maintain the colonial order in a new guise. What is happening today? This is a manifestation of Lord Lugard's thoughts. Clear manifestation of Lord Lugard's thoughts. You understand? And it's a clear evidence that indeed the British have succeeded. They didn't succeed initially, because they were compelled by the masses of Ghana and Africa to hand over to leaders like Kwame Nkrumah, to Patrice Lumumba,
na MPP for no so omo baby inti yes omo say no chalk in public school. Any pa Jimmy yo. I am not a magician. Okay. And I didn't you. Just asam na esre. Esa ye nika. Entunim. Se no omo aya na omo afa bi. Omo fa Ghana weba. Te say de omo de your friend say what do you call it? Omo de UTV ene ada ayine no omo fa Ghana weba omo so John Mahama say no omo de Ghana web aye no omo de ababeto say ade omo ye no. But let me tell you the difference. Ade we na de Baumia echo position. Sade we mkwa nipa kro no receipt guy no minim no. But we tu amna ama Baumia no matom say team. Tim. Baumia office for no na sao. Now, Ghana for busa kufa ne Baumia say enti sam wo sika edisisi billboards. Hwɛ, napko ni no a onam ekromu no. Aya wafa ne sika 2 years edi no. Sa napko ni no. Ne bu afu chen. Said the wo dwene. Tiamiye. Onipa kro na ya friend no receipt guy no. Onya na regions bebre amra no watu ama wo no. Oh yes watu amra ma wo. Sam woska aban no woska say odisisi billboards and MPP woska odisisi billboards. When we say 2016 e be NDC for. Yeah. Ugo opposition wajimi kura wo si wajimi. Ugo opposition wajimi kura wo si wajimi. Eno aro se wo kosa. Nurses any teachers trainees eya 20 months ni wontua wo mo ka no wo mo busa se MPP wo sika aban no wo sika edisisi billboards sir I see aban no si onisika odi eye ensuo oye water project expansion me no ka say tesi ane ne mpotamo nungwa amanfo a omunya nsuo tema omunya nsuo no wo mu billboards no mu busa se anti aban no wo sika jese mo hwie sika agu ho ane Ghana fo adi besiani contractors omun sanka wo sika enipa tu amna man hu no wonim. And listen to me. Baumia say obesi toilet to agboglushi. Was so be arrested $1. Dollar no wa arrested. You know, ana Ghana for ebusa Baumia say dollar no wa arrested. Or say Mahama your friend say Matiami do say Airbus. Obi fra me eno say Baumia Kabena kwedu o say 3 months ni baby omo hunsuo da obi fra me no say Baumia omo be Baumia hank of good insana emo egunu nchen ensa a billboard kese pa asi tamale na mka chen so nim me ha ho ense usika Baumia ho anya me na me kire ne se wonye no mo aka se bobie no ono aka kire nipa ne se onye eno ono a se Baumia hank of good insa emo egu no ho urim MPP ya campaign say 2016 yeah omo ya campaign say no mo 2016 omo nim say 7 years ni Ghana for ahu omo. They have no clue. Omu ni ma de kro. Omu ni ma de kro. Ye be ya mo ma ye billboards nu bebre. Ni ane ma Ghana for ase abo omo no. Kumasi Afrancho, obi a send me message from Kumasi Afrancho. Boating. Was it Bama? Lights off. Oh, Kumasi Afrancho yentimi na o. Yeah. But me ho ya metwe. Ne ho ya mesre. Bobie, ne ho ya mesre. Ekwaya ban for the Bobie be fa so mu ha no. Wode ne yire won be dwane. They will run away. Says a Muska. I see. Yeah. Now Baumia is telling them, say, yes, we have the money. Teacher trainee, nurses, young farmer, Napco, young tia. I said no chance I'm some call finance ministry. I mean Adam as why ofu no a minister of finance. I mean Adam fucking boy no. Ono catch them say omu ontua ne omu ntua chena. Ghana for se baomia asem say now catch Ghana for. O catch Ghana for say ye free a taxation akọ production. Uye bema ye signboard ne yi ano. Ye free taxation akọ production. So uye bema ye signboard no yi ano. Say oh man can say that say wakwa kasa your friend say onum say ba omia say Ghana card I see the talker no wan kan say nam so otwara kwa otwia otwia nyo say odonya me wan kasa hwe opposition uko opposition unte hwe uko opposition want to hwe bibia ni wa wote because as a man for bro budget many people ni bi oka omo campaign you know Asia Ojowulu just last week oka tell me say bema baby aduru there obi anu wa this kamano a ode beko obi a je ne last e dia kofie na menene to order me so cd no say kwabna na wosre why no the orgies can on fanko obi anu this can go nobody is taking the money obi anu this can go and the budget there Samuel couldn't be draw be abrel. Oh yes oh would be beba but me ati or opposition but me ane Samira drew opposition and ombe hu omo mobro and omo smoothness level e okroma because Omumienu no omuni any association in Ghana here. They can't fit in any group. They can't. No. They can't fit in any group. Omuni. Even in MPP, Baumiana and Samira, they don't have mates in MPP. Even in MPP. Omko opposition ombe hunkwaya MPP for do ombe faso e okrum ha ni asu ya babua kama correct omunya do opposition MPP program ase kro mu nsiwo no Ghana for busa o say wona aka kire say dollar say drew sa rate we ya na fundamentals a week. And then what is happening? Also, there be Atiami to say. One I catch the Ghana for say. By 2020, if you be across the country, if you be say a Joe Sisi toilet, latre boy. Baumia sa ebina juma die. Latre boy. Be if you be a mubenya toilet, you be a benya pipe. Sanity. These are the things a man for Ebusa Huasem. But Kwamna Kwedu, also Bobie, Amakaso Metia Renta Maye. Yarosu na kom ya say. Enye party manifesto na omu didi nkomo ena ono bekan ba omi aso kan bi o rent ne ba omi aso kan bi se ombe rent ama ayi mabunu youth ombe ma omu ska dia rent no ba omi aso kan bi o ye no ma so obi aye ehon flyer den hwa uko opposition yase Uko position. So you have the money. Yes, Abanu was ka. O was ka. It is only Abani Dilia. No, sir, Abani was ka. I start for 13 hash. And you check obia 1,000 Ghana cedis. Star 413 hash. You check obia 1,000 Ghana cedis. 10 million. We try the 5 cedis. Follow procedure no. With them. Agbaron Kansas say, Commander, Bawumia is the one who started the rent issue. Yeah. Yeah. Follow a procedure no. With them. CMG scratch there, Odem. Bam. Ube di bronya, ama unwa tow, unwa sano, unwa sepel. You found phone, unwa bo, ta. Ube di peche. Ubedidi peche. Ubedidi peche. Mame nko aye central region na menye story we quick one. Na yenuanum bi edi arehosem aba. Thanos shake ewo nima. Nima for medamo asepa Thanos nyame na ayi your friend say yenuanum bi di story bia abreye. Ye didi ho nkomo kakra. Omo ye visually impaired students. Omo wie omo JHS no SHS omo ampost to omo anko a special schools. Omo kobusa Ghana Education Service no so omo a enye placement, self-placement. Self-placement or my nyina school bia emfa wom. Self-placement or my nyina school bia emfa wom. Omo ye blind students. Omo hu ade. Omo hu hwe. Franek Dasa. Franek Akwaba.
Yeah.
Pacho din mi bonye Franek Dasa.
Yes, please, sir.
Is it Franek or Francis?
Sorry, Francis.
Francis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Francis
all right.
Dasa.
Okay. Dasa.
Yes, sir.
DASSAH.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Francis says ya wan fa.
Pacho mi wo fie.
Ewo he.
Ewo Jama.
Jama.
Yes, sir.
Jama wa he fa.
Obudam side. North.
Oh, okay.
Savannah region.
Savannah region.
Yes, sir.
Who we JHS on he?
What school for the blind?
What school for the blind?
Yes, sir.
I want to we JHS. So, what's wrong? Wasi?
Yeah, BC.
BC, right? Sorry. And now, more resource number. Now, per procedure, no. More you blind, no. Say na Ghana Education Service any mudili.
All right. So true. Yeah. I some market results now. Na at me ba all right, but placement no. And to me who said the air course so this year placement young placement cry among your colleagues cry of school by that's what you feel.
Okay, more free a year blind schools no. A year almost postumo echo a year special schools, blind schools, and now say I want the more fra secular.
Yeah, was special school there. By framu, yani cites a framu.
Money cites no framu. So
But
which means
that school sir, which school beyond ebetimako.
Any school biya can be to me. Into a place more
Special schools by yani cites not to me make sure honor.
Oh, okay. Okay. So this time around, Kacha, what is happening? Tell us.
So, and Americano, this year, Electoral exams no, Electoral results no there, Abadia, Kama, but we name the placement asem no. Since the day now placement no by check here, yeah, there are placement. O check out almost self placement. Also, so self placement. So, and American schools now, I was a team corner. And manage to schools no. So, I'm a authorities are cry.
More fra almost say.
Yeah, from almost say no, almost that's so working. They are still working.
Moya ni pado do saying.
But 16.
16.
Munyina
moya
visually impaired na blind.
Blind students 16.
Yes, sir.
Omo am place mo.
Kura young placement.
Mo so mo ya self placement no a school bia empekemo. Money authorities akasa omo se omo guso.
Yeah, almost the guso. Yeah.
Okay, so tell us. Okay, authorities are what are you referring to?
For now, as I'm saying, we call the GS office, and almost say they are almost working on for that. So we call the WAYIC, some of them to the same thing. That they told us that they are still working.
That I'm afraid GS office.
I can't remember the day. It's long time.
So, which means you can't remember the last time you called the GS office?
Yeah, for the GS, I can remember it's last 2 weeks Friday that I called them.
So you called them personally?
Yes, I called them personally, and they told us that they will work on. They take my details, and they said they will work on from there. And we called back to find out. They said they
Francis,
are
quick one. Who did you speak to?
I asked of the person name. That person told me that the name is not this thing for me to know. So she didn't mention the name to me.
And are you sure you spoke to the right person?
Yes, please, sir.
But the person did not identify him or herself to you?
Yes, please, sir.
So how are you sure that you spoke to the right person? Because the person can be a receptionist.
The number we use.
Yes, I agree with the number. But the person can be a receptionist. The person can be a personal assistant to whoever. The person can be a driver at GES. But unfortunately, the person did not give you his or her identity. And
you see, the day I called and this happened like that. So when I'm called back to to find out whether they are done, it's not the same person who picked the call. So it's
which
later
means
on that he referred the call back to the person.
I see.
You see the problem.
I see. Nti so far mo 16.
Yes, sir.
16 ebi wa hinfa ne hinfa.
Oh, yeah. Binimu enameka binimu on ayi Savannah, binimu Upper West, Upper East, Northern, and even South there, Techima side.
Wow.
Yen baby bako. Obiani baby out.
Baby out free ba.
I
see. Okay, Francis, you better juma be on. And then I'll get back to you. Why? You better contacts be here. Then I'll get back to you.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Me that's me bring here.
That's that.
Okay. All right. So, we just need to cross check from AGS. Now, share at the cry. Koso say, nuanum no omo ani afra no. Quite bay. Na omo di omo faso ya. Nipa no ofie, they don't know their fate, and they are there. It's like they are there. Nothing could be. All right. So yemfa anento. Enra IBC Mr. Moma Mimbusa etie for Moame kakra. I had 2 stories yesterday. Bako enra na me ne owura kufika pito kasa on phone. And I'm a thing say oye dede. Was it DVL for ena ejinano. Na DVL for so omo inspect car license. Say driving license, let me say. Whether driving license, whether roadworthy, a DVL for na minim so be was our experience now because I know me say Kofi Capital ni womo hamso. Then Kofi Capital cycle assembly tell me about Nadmo for omuna enam check expired canned foods. Nadmo and on mention I think one of the Ga community. One of the Ga communities, maybe. Nadmo. Send Nadmo for and nam. And a movie from one shop to another. Checking on a year. I don't know. No, I don't know. My name say DVL. Kwajo, what's your? Yes, somewhere. Kwajo na otisa area ho. You say a game park area ho. What they why your base inti? One baby sir.
Yeah, Kabena. Wait a minute. Me for questions on chat for that.
Yeah, one baby sir.
Yeah, and no more violation. DVL for. Ballet filling station, ballet cemetery, American house. Hona. Last week, no more Trinity Junction. How much more Trinity Junction? Also, much check it triangle. Anyway, fire extinguisher. To Nibia. Tell me triangle them about fire when Nibini to 40 Ghana cities.
DVL.
Yeah. Almost swap boys and girls, but 50. And on the Trinity Junction on our UPS or no.
Now, DVL, I'm going to check it.
I don't know, 40 Ghana. And a 40 the Omoji, maybe the Emperor receipt. And I'm saying, dear, the chest to me 40 economies will be Abeco.
but nyɛ saa de ɔmo ma me nkɔda
ɔmo okay ɔmo gye 40 na ɔmo de extinguisher na ma
there bi o kɔkɔtɔ bi ɔde deɛ na ɛma o ɔgye 40 nti kɔkɔtɔ bi
40 series ɔmo receipt
but me no ɔmo se receipt asa ɛnu na me no ɔmo sa cross wɔ ha because me and president kɔtɔ fire bia ɛnu na dem give receipt ti da me car mu 40 Ghana ɛnu ɔmo wɔ violation ɛhɔ na wo kɔ American house filling station sama tu na
but ɛyɛ DVL for na ɛsɛ adwuma na sɛ ɛyɛ ɛkufo adum nkrɔfoɔ ni bi na yɛmpɛ kwa ɛmpɛ sika
and saa me hu because mo afa recruit boys bi na mo ahyɛ ɔmo green ayi bi saa ɛna ɔmo nyin ɔmo da so ankasa maa ne mmerante boys ɔtumi sɛ wei deɛ ɛna ɔmo gum to ɔmo yɛ ɔmo sɛ ɔmo lɔɔke o lances or something like that into bar
ɔmo sɛ adwo lances
ɔmo sɛ wɔn ntumi ntua 40 Ghana na ɔmo bɛ lɔɔke o lances tɛ fɛda bóyá ɔbɛba hɔ na ɔbɛbi tua
ɔbɛba DVL
hɔ saa na ɔmo kan and catch us me that was last week.
No, but DVLA
without receipt.
About DVLA per the law, can they make any arrest?
Kwabrami nimu. Chese and one would also almost stop casting in our blockade traffic. It na make no more violation on cemetery on a walk American house. No more.
Obia send me a message or say. Kabena, the Nadmo one is true. I personally watched it on TV news. You can call Vienna City and find out. They are victims. Okay, so Nadmo for also say Omona mo check expired food.
Abu Ramadan. Yeah, mo. They were right on more.
But what the DVL they are dealing with DVL.
Me they know they me and I'm scared. I'm say me omo receipt me that me care mo. Yeah, 40 Ghana. Yes, omo
wait na mo bia you receipt number.
Me kwakoshe. Me amekwa.
Ibra.
Yeah.
Ibra. Pacho imam. I just want to find out let's check. Because I don't know. So this was the same experience the person should, okay, so a tester says Bobie, according to the regulation 47 of the LI 2180, DVLA has the right to inspect driver's license, but DVLA cannot effect arrest. Copy of the law will be sent to you soon. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think I have somebody here to educate me. They can't make arrest, they can't effect arrest, but DVLA has the right to inspect driver's license, including what? Okay. Akuji, thank you. Just send the just send me a copy. Just send me a copy. Not more for all the also is another issue. And this is crazy. Hey, Kwame, and then 1 10. You know, see a different Anna. Different. And Radiana. Way different. 10 round the mammy different. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Okay. So Makuja was sending me a message be and all right, Tofik, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. But I am say any probably I go through. Obi so send me say our shop. Ewo labadi or say wa eya nadmofo trimunie minim senso whether they have any law to back eya nadmofo I don't know
Minim so any law to back NADMO. So there are major two. Okay. Okay. So Tanko Ibrahim is here on a Facebook page. Thank you so much. Thank you. And then come person say echo. Okay. So and then my Baumia nkwa de no. Baumia twete June 18th. June 16. 23rd June 2016 rather. And Baumia Twete, or say the question this morning is, how do we deal with this unemployment issue? Anyway, so Okodia wo me pacha wona me twen wo fa de ne send me fa send me pacha. Okodia wo they send me. So let me check if oh me pacha me maso tobo. So kwame me de DVL de na asende wo. I think say ebeboa ye nyina. So obetimi de atoa ama ye ya. Production of driver's license. So, or see a person driving a motor vehicle shall, while driving the motor vehicle, carry that person's original driver's license. A person driving or in charge of a motor vehicle on a road shall, on the request by a police officer in uniform or an authorized officer of the licensing authority, produce the driver's license. That authorizes that person to drive the motor vehicle for inspection. Okay, so despite sub-regulation 2, a police officer in uniform may request a person to produce within 24 hours the driver's license of that person to that officer at a designated police station or to another police officer as may be directed by the officer. Where a person driving a motor vehicle is required to produce a license, a certificate, or a document relevant to driving the motor vehicle, that person shall produce it immediately or within 24 hours, being required to produce the license, certificate, or document. A police officer in uniform and not below the rank of an inspector may, when necessary, retain the driver's license for the period that license is required and shall issue an official receipt for the retention. Okay, so Orakofi Capital, a Consumer Protection Agency. CEO Chairman Akwaba. Minia, quick one. So, and I didn't come on you on a year DVL for Juma Omo a year East Legon Bawalesh or whatever. It means that the name Dini and a friend said Nadbo. But on the issue about DVLA, Ono Mudim come on almost say, Ubia send me a year one of Omo ally, they have the authority to arrest. No, to inspect, but they can't arrest.
You're not getting my point. You see, because of Ghana, they be another because of your politicians, how many in a trouble. We share law no more can. So would you mean kita license? Now police in the country say with me kwa. Sekano, and your media, never kako we are. Obey them. Kaba, I'm going to control. DVL4. Or Medjumani say. Or Medjumani say. I was say. wɔn hwɛ na wɔ car wɔde bɛba wɔn hɔ ama wɔn aba abɛyɛ inspection ɛnyɛ Ghana nkoa ewiase baabi a DVL fo adwuma no wɔn deɛ ne sɛ wɔn bɛyɛ sɛ car na wɔde kɔsi kwan so no car no eti wɔn wi a wɔn ma road worthy certificate na nyɛ sɛ wɔn ahwɛ sɛ car na ɛnam kwan so no ɛyɛ adwuma a ɛwɔ sɛ eti bi fa kwan so a ɛni kwan sɛ ntimantiwa bi aba police fo adwuma ne sɛ wɔn yɛ enforcement of DVA for law so ɔbɛgyina wo sɛ wɔ car no wɔhwɛ yɛ no DVA for ahyɛ nsedo a ɛwɔ sɛ yɛde ma wo no wuni bi police ni timi kyew sɛ police ni egyina wo na wɔ car no yɛsɛ insurance wɔ so a ɔwɔ sɛ police ni kyew adɛnti na yɛma insurance for ɛnkɔgyina nkwa so insurance commission ɛnkɔgyina nkwa so ɛnkye nkurɔfoɔ sɛ ananhwɛ nkurɔfoɔ nkrataa sɛ wɔn wɔ insurance anaa ɛnɛ policefoɔ etimi de adeɛ bɛkɔ abakɔ ama m'ani agye wɔn wɔn sɛ policefoɔ timi gyina hɔ a wɔtimi ɛde machine anaasɛ ne phone etimi hwɛ sɛ wɔ car no insurance no ewu anasɛ emu yɛ.
Yeah.
na nti saa nneɛma nyinaa wɔ hɔnom a DVL foɔ wɔn mene wɔn mpɛyi mene nipa naa na ogyina hɔ no ɛkasa a wɔsi omi sakapito deɛ ɔka ne deɛ ampa abɔsi yɛ ni policefoɔ nneɛma mefrɛ wɔn panyini soso ɔno nso di tu mu sɛ saa ɛna wɔsi yɛ yɛ no.
Okay, so which means omo betimi aba road no so but so many police ɛna ɛba.
Kwabra pepepepepe say police ɛna wɔsi ogyina hɔ police ni gyina obi sɛ fawo road worthy certificate ɛma me na sɛ wofi sɛ wo bi na police ni kwan nyi wo ni a wotimi refer ma DVL for sɛ mona mo de south to me with krata we ma.
Oh, okay.
Mo check papa na say papa.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Akwai check passport. See wo dwumaku a omo no wo mo ye passport.
Mhm.
And the passport and who chime bi aba ahe ne ekọ enya passport office.
Yes.
On say issuing officer bi aba begina airport say what your pass a immigration for
but there's this LI and I don't know so bet me am a quite read the portion actually LI 2
LI is it
2180
216 yes I know even almost a production of a driver's license.
Yes, but they mentioned one more to me. I can make a point two now. Say a person driving or in charge of a motor vehicle on a road shall, on the request by a police officer in uniform or an authorized officer of the licensing authority. Are they not referring to DVLA officers?
No, but Ghana, when you say soldier need, and I said national security, BNI Krano, what to be now, every house for driver's license in the war, and the war insurance in the war. Particularly, are you aware of that?
Because no, but I think it's illegal. They are not policemen.
No, let me explain. Let me explain.
Okay.
See, and I said say MPDD from Kwana on your road wedding, on your road inspection.
Oh, okay.
But police in Libya, and not just MPD, any police officer, like the law says. Because police officer, no, they did not continue.
But Kofi, national security for only BNI for your police officers.
One more security agency.
And so, but they have specific jobs that they do. How?
Under suspicion, yes, under suspicion. It is their mandate. Or share, not when you're correct. This is where the DVLA comes in. Then he can call DVLA and say, check on this license for me.
No. In our laws, no, where is it mentioned that a national security or a BNI can?
Make sure will say Ghana Hana Yeah, say MPD.
Okay, so Ghana Hana Endi has say.
And I make sure I say, I'm running a Ghana. Now I make sure say, Ghana, yeah, how? Hey, you're parliamentarians. Oh, baby, I was in production of a driver's license. Was he a police officer? Above the rank of an inspector. When necessary. Okay?
Yes.
Has the right to retain your driver's license.
Yes.
Kabena, if you don't know what makes it necessary for the police officer to retain your license, not at his own discretion, or retain your license, and to a party say anybody below inspector doesn't have the right to retain a license.
Of course. I mean, it's clear here.
No, but you see, but it is wrong. Any police officer, so officer with driver's license, and now say will
Kofi, as much as it is wrong, that is the law we are operating with.
You're parliamentarian.
Because in our laws, it's not written anywhere that the national security or a BNI can meet.
Also authorized.
Debio, anyone to one year, man, can't show you. Or see, licensing authority member, Yaman authority, BNI for me, more DVLA.
Licensing authority.
Yes.
Authority.
See, let me read it for you again. I'll say. Let me read it for you again. I'll say. A person driving or in charge of a motor vehicle on a road shall, on the request by a police officer in uniform or an authorized officer of the licensing authority. Omumia no bet me abusa sa two categories in the bet me abusa or license. National security for Nyajmo DVLA.
DVLA, they are an issuing authority. They issue the license. Until a will be a issue passport amount. 7 immigration officer, or no passport office, or no passport on waiting now. And yeah, passport office now, you have verification.
Yes.
I mean, sometimes you need because was he a police officer in uniform? That means all police officers in uniform.
Yes.
But Ghana and your MTT before on your road check.
No, but because other police service departments or uniform, they are to be drunk for. This is I mean public knowledge. Yes.
Oh, motorcycles, and I'm saying IGP Adaroma or many motorcycles. Who said they are part of the police traffic unit?
Yes.
Thank you.
And omit me a busa license.
They are part of the police traffic unit. They are part of the traffic unit.
Yes, so Kofi Omono, they can stop you.
They can. Metro said they can. But Ghana have normal police people. They don't do that.
Oh, so if the person maybe so nipa na kwaya adwuma baby or assignment will baby for near authorizing one because the law is clear. Was it those?
Can I tell you what? Don't ever say or kwaya adwuma baby. Now it's not authorized. The police officer authorization. The moment you put on the uniform and put that tap.
Yeah, no credit. I don't have any problem because it's clear. Maybe it's clear in the
he can exercise his responsibility.
Kofi, that is fine. You know, it's even in the airline, so that is not a problem. You mentioned BNI for you mentioned national security. DVL, police department. I mean, we should stick our argument to the law. That should be near per se. You expanded the argument, the law that said yeah, fire service for you na kuran kahon. So Bishop's fire service at Taria. Fair.
No, you see, Kabla. Oh, Ghana ha, entire Niama, a chrono, summer after 66 years. I guess you did not far. Yeah, Niama, Papa.
Okay, so who advocate said they should expand the airline?
The Americans say, and even the DVLA understand, like I said, when I spoke to them, they can come on the road with police officers.
Okay, all right. But it shouldn't be DVLA for Nkwa.
Now, Pacho DVLA, no, based on what is he coming on the road.
Okay. All
I
right.
get my point. So the question is, when they are working in conjunction, say, yes, Omaba, now say me so, into arrest the bar, DVLA ni na bechuana.
Ya no na obi was studio I say no ka kire me say ya so mo yo mo si tua 40 cedis. When tia
and I'm not going to go there. That is even my reason. I confronted them. And I'm catching almost said they accepted. So when I called the head office, they even admitted, they said yes, because we should not give room. Say the buyer will be able to take advantage. We will say oh my mama now.
Okay, all right. So let's move on now about NADMO. What is happening with NADMO? Because we are sending me.
City FM. Almost say, is it collect clote me boy? Collect clote constituency. And now, City Television. Almost show the director of NADMO. Our clote all year inspection of expired goods. Expired goods, and I'm afraid FDA for several times. My minister will meeting to be friend me back. If you never say, NADMO for woman to me say NADMO for check expired goods because me consumer you me check minimum beyond in the jurisdiction. Now say NADMO and no more emergency response. Apakoye say will be Accra and Ansah. Now Ansah is expired. Somebody needs to explain. But we need an explanation because now me Samuel Hawk not money by my office. No, but yes, I didn't. Because first of all, we also would declare that we from FDA with accredited identification. FDA for Panomo Koya said Jumana, so many opposed for never. FDA for crime because Obama or Beto shopping or business our near ma. The only people are almost here the assembly because assembly no under them no they have food inspectorate department. Have I never what I say?
Me follow pa.
Aha, and to be who where NADMO. Papa no Reverend BB man Seni Dini Reverend something. Now my friend Eddie after na minya response. Because when si anya ne sana se amama for nya adwuma so mo ye. Na ya so mo ye. Te say dey can say obi say me nya na me kan yo. Wo say obi say o mo ya sometimes no matter you say bro nya ba. Okay.
Yeah, me boss say si ano. Say we me di nko. We no obi send me message from Labad so on a shop na nra. Send no say enkrofo bi ba so mo free NADMO. No more check expired foods. Na bronya aba. Something. I'll send a message ni say here.
Kabra, me see enne on GTV. Your friend o maami a we adwuma wo FDA. No mo yes inspection no. Me no ma adwuma several years. FDA we fu adwuma.
Na maami munya maami no. Okasai.
Ba GTV. Enye omo epanyini pa no. Ono oye adwuma ho.
E no say.
Because enye na mo fu adwuma.
Enti mi pacho.
Bepe maami na emu. Ebisa say bia no omo ni. Me, I am a member of a certification committee in FDA. Committee member. Me come in to me say, me pa kwachi obi say, the me say me fra FDA for say, me drew Laboni Accra FM junction ono my me no ton issue and sense on ono mo me koto obi no ebi I expire na FDA for aba ho it be ka se ma che ma me
no. Okay, all right. So that yeah.
Yeah, my mom for to me. I say my for be the diablo.
Okay, so quick one. What raises issues about electrical gadgets or wires? What is the issue?
About electrical appliances. Even day, television, fridge, deep freezer, radio, microwaves. Broni bi obeya die biano. Broni no waji ade a waye die ntino. A office sa die no. Ebeye adwuma senya wan na de bu apaye ebe se na. Wo maw ana wo show bo se sa die no. Wo maw warranty. Ana se wo di wan dance se afimua. Sa warranty na wo di a cho no. Sa die no ebe to chema ana se bibi besi anya o fault no se wo de ba one obehwe sayampa so beti be siesia obesiesie so oti be siesia e bi abaka se yi bibi foforo ana so baka se onim kachi di usika ko abra ye nyina yetu kwanfa amonani o identity that Ghana for koto another Ghana for they say big companies now omo krom hana omo retail outlets ewa mo no no some of the big companies obedu hanoma warranty no abra ukoka was ya ferry when he bidi when you
oh really
yes
but okay so you have a very reputable organization was our field way. Ubedna mentioned, okay, so you know of this company, you have contacted them.
You know something? Then to my press conference now, may they caveat that was say, you will do me quote say standard authority. A young almost share. Not Sanya Mano, a cost one. I was here, Jai. Pamela, young woman make a crack. Save your man, ya. Now, you know, the opposite and waiting here.
All right, okay, Kofi, thank you so much. There were other issues with you. That's what we bring. Say, Waboya BB and Yamaka Krebiswatre. Okay, so that's it. Now, quick one, let me do this. So, Juma, police penny be Inspector Idrisu Salam. Say, up just 1 minute on this DVLA issues and Chief Akwaba.
Yes, sir, brother.
Yamiadumboko, Chief. Pacho, now also pay just 1 minute now. What straight in your mama?
Yes. Now we read portion of section now. It says a police officer from the rank of inspector and above, medical returning or licenses, or driver's licenses. I say, Mr. Say, yes, and MCT before and allowed say, or check it out for licenses. Because your places need to have any MCT before, but cast a more. If the never no go wrong, I was also for MCT near or food be a sort of man after them. You see, them my entire say, 7 years or 60 town on Qua in a year day, in a check it, but a unita and another mandated to check all those things or those issues in respect of drivers and other related cases. And two. DVLA4, I say officer, Yaman authority say on check licenses and a driver's license. No, mean say a new powers and a demo DVLA4. By your authorized officers, your home or bound with your card, the ID card. And the ID card says that okay, me opinion the Yamame, that authority will say, mini police for young Koha, it didn't. That's a police of the verification. I make my then. Now, say GBL and O check a car, our quarantine, and after we check on the road. At a it doesn't give that power to stop the car. In an event that the year, whom I go to report to, it's a most you know, I know more you know, caught together. Even sometimes their mobile vans or more issue lances, you know, more and a call round. They announce to the various stations, or more eligible to apply, no, they come and they do it for them. But Maybe we are able to mean who say yes, mean seed that, and a mean that say DVLA mean and a BN9 and a national security. I could never be said. Me will power be said me day. Me check it driver license and me check it insurance and me check it road ready. They said Mr. Kofi Kapito Kayano passport me or officer or issue passport. Ultimately airport or check it or passport or airport. But immigration for has been given the power and the platform to check all those things. It's important when the person made the security. I don't know if some of the powers of the police have been given to DVLA. I don't know, but for now, the DVLA you should see a police officer over there, and it should be on the basis of special exercise or more because for all we know, insurance they can quarterly and yearly. Maybe a first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. A view of what almost from. But I expect with the help of the police. No what they process them, and some even stand on it, and then what? Go and renew their insurances. Simpatio general amount a year.
Wonderful, wonderful. Chief, say asem no anu akano because so read the airline no or yen clear that a year or authority from licensing authorities so mo bet me aka police for ene omo aba. So which means see who DVL ni nkwa so ogina kwan so a illegal.
There is question mark on it. Because I see. Me the woman sa power say o megina kwan ten and check cars. Na so be Bobie say onya kwala woni afira kra. Da bed na won so DVL ni gina kwan cha so check vehicles a omo
minti bidda
road where they are say insurance. I said insurance for certain commission of the Japan chain and I never because they even pay them more because kind of accident that's a go pra mutua ka ema victims and I never they should have even been there people to stand by the roadside but do you see insurance personnel on the roadside say checking insurances and insurance commission for say they checking will say see I don't know see sabi ebia unimbe sa order me free but most of these things there is a lot of risk in it. Ebia Bronya ba na sa obeye wa dia and also is giving big ebia while doing this and they are even putting a big man into trouble because when the questions are raised they will quickly contact your bosses, your heads of department and your leaders. Maybe they are not even not aware of what is going on. For all I know, what we've been doing with DVLA, any special exercise they go with police.
Okay. So I sincerely mean this message from another tester. And the tester says, Bobie, this law was passed in 2012. So the police officer should come clear. And again, the law did not say that the DVLA shall jointly do that with the police, though it would be prudent, but not mandatory for them to do that with the police. Please, the officer is just speaking his mind, not the law.
Okay, if that's the case, then they should make all those laws available to the police.
Okay, so now let me read the LI quick for you. That is the LI to let me see what is the LI 2180. Right? The let me just quickly go through. All right, so the 471, a person driving a motor vehicle while driving the motor vehicle carried that person's original driver's license. 2, a person driving or in charge of a motor vehicle on a road on the request by a police officer in uniform or an authorized officer of the licensing authority produce the driver's license that authorizes that person to drive the motor vehicle for inspection.
So who is the authorized person now? And how can I identify the authorized person?
No, see another question.
They say, Nikitaka, I'm highway. Now what's the DVL reflected in the Hormone? That's also some engineer. My Bonidiana.
Because Minimini Pakra were authorizing it.
And now you don't also display your card there. I'm an authorized person from DVL in Kimine Gina. It poses some dangers to this authorized DVL personnel. Me, ask the independent counsel, it should be prudent, say, or money police for yes, every police uniform, any Ghana. I would have only police for an ene gina ho na ko ba say obi na ko form gang ko ko gang gang na ko pobina ya ko DVL for abegina kwanche na say at least say even one police one so jen kwanche ya recognize the driver ni ehubu won mu kwa one police ni kwa no be den obegina but say utu we DVL ni ugina kwanche na say me gina pe na o se karasa wo ti da dia say o ba begina ka fe mi soma na me yende.
Anyway, Chief, yeah.
Man available. Now, sensitization here then, and cause what we say the Ghana have passed laws now. We do sensitize, and once that on the day the bonnie, and then I spell it out to you.
Okay.
Also, yes, see, I'm try. The salad has been passed. Now, operation, yeah. Then there should be collaboration between the police and DVLA to avoid some risk.
Okay, all right.
Because a car, one woman away, a car, quite. So the 7 year cars and I'm constantly in a car of at once break with my then, in an event that operates breaker, a command so who are also to know. Now, when there were no do them your entire life.
Okay, all right, sir. Thank you. Yeah, that's a bit. All right, so that's it. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Star 413 has CMG sketch there. Mr. Money, you check 10 million. Obia 1,000. Oka to money na yeko. So you're dealing with issues about the NADMO and then Kofi Capital raise issues about these companies, whether you bring your warranty or not. But you know, so you're at that. Sa and Koda visually impaired students, blind students, or school placement. May assure say we are authorities now at it because of their testimony from GES that they are listening to the show. And Onim say Omo boss office, Omo 80 show no I want to mention, so we should try and get in touch with them. I don't know. See, you almost fine. We will talk about it. See, you almost we just move on. Then this issue about DVLA people, going on the street. Confusing and Omo, there are certain aspects of Omo operations are illegal. Also, no penina kaswaji atum say yes, it's illegal. But the clarity here is that at least they go operations with the police. On their own, they cannot just wake up and go and stand on the roadside, stopping people, asking for papers, doing that, effecting arrest and all that. But when you arrest somebody, what do you call a police station, or you take the person to DVLA, or you impound the car. But if you impound somebody's car, what does our law say? You take the car to the police MTTU, or you take the car to DVLA, which is which? Anyway, so Deputy Communication Officer for NDC, National Communication Officer for NDC, Ura Akugani is here. Chairman Akwaba.
Oh, Nana will be my feel why.
Maybe I feel it says Montefaku no Mabesra.
I ask more.
Montefaku no Mabesra. And
Minoka say, Cram and Nancy, Quanso Amico, Uti region.
Yes, Muni and Umbisu, they are fan of East or meeting once a man.
President Nankasa, so Meka President incoming from Verano, or also so Western North. Western North, so Obo Apro, say anytime you were happy, so dear, Yanimo Ebedi in South. To make sure our production team. And so I may be 2 or more away.
Yeah, that's but quick one on this issue.
Yeah. You see, Fedi did not do some kakra. Na Yankwara bring me a case Fadidia. Nature say ABBA Obo Henya Bina or the upper coins be. Kakra me pese mechanic say, you see, and technology no a drew baby ama. And ye may be a while, and yet Takashi Biu any idea. For example, insurance for Omo who say Omo bo Omejuma, any pakra ebema Omejuma akoyi amomono, eya pose for. Inti uhu bebia say insurance company, say ye Glyco, say ye SIC, say ye den. Ako kwan ho say or kwako ensure say enkrofo etwa friend is saying insurance and as saying it doesn't happen. And nunti omni police for aye one ɛna ɔmo I invest in a software police ni hu car number no bogu ni phone so a obi hu say wetwa insurance and say wuntwa insurance.
Oh, okay.
Ehu hia so be stop o hu hia so be onya hwe o number na bogu ni phone so na obi hu say wetwa na say wuntwa.
Okay.
DVLA can partner because with one software metumi ahwe say wetwa DVLA for social license aka ho ana say wuntwa. Police for omo kwan ho no so mo benefit was our system no minim but omo nim say so omo chill eye den afa didi kakra bebam so opese oja wa e bia 20 and 40 bi de beto fom ono ni interest no as a police officer but as the insurance company so no NIC for aye build your software enunti obi yo ho a ehu.
So the issue is from the DVLA. It's not from the police. Police for the because police whether you do your software
or software,
you build your platform or not. They are on the road arresting.
They are on the road arresting.
So the police they are all good
exactly.
to go.
Ain't you know because police ni bia onim so kwa ho bia no or software no on the phone so. Ain't se me kwa koye sa adwuma die we. Na se me de kire so na me hu so wa pass insurance a. Enu nti ama ene trotro ne se bia miniska ene insurance wu. And I say, me people say, I should put it broadly. Me people say, I would prefer say me try insurance and then because and no dear software never traces see me actually. And if I have to choose between insurance and then roadworthy, my insurance because roadworthy no when biasu ni wa obey to me at the actually apart from sticker a boy ni and also sticker any mandatory. Inti people be a moment nim na police ni so ahwen no who say. He assumes anyway so it is the DVLA who needs to invest because baby abenya revenue a free and no. It invest in that platform and sometimes when it comes to this software, obia build bida. Ne practice it becomes cheaper building upon the existing one. Say a fresh system number is more expensive because I am building it for you. But my building bibia made to me alternate kakra to your benefits also. Into DVLA no. They should put money into this thing and get something running for them. But Sir Bluman Semna Okwakoche, yes, a police officer no Kano.
Inspector
Idrisu. Sebi, what chemia? What guardroom war DVLA office? You don't be police for where now and you see, Sebi, yeah, demonstration cry, apply for police, be. Inti anka wo DVLA and I say okwakoye operation no apply to the police say every day we need 20 police officers to accompany our people to do special assignments for us. You will not be denied even if it is for free. Abayajuma to abayajuma crowd anka say if dog bite dog blood no they come into mo accompany mo na mo koye sa operation na. I don't think say it is wrong but se mo ankasa in your own capacity, for me, it is criminal.
Anyway,
it is criminal.
Your friend say, you know, because the monies they take, we don't know where. Yeah, echo. Quite your person can be. And I make me coffee as I can call from the news a deal. You won't receive but of fund. No, but the uncle because baby I watch him and one and not could come to do ya. Junction and violation cemetery was all coming. But I say no more and no more. And I may but through them and pass them corner and my fat. You are not in some better having it. Me plans a metal win, fire win, Minyanto, Nebo. One credit that kind of way. What to fire on Bebuzo Kuma, who took Mumbusa Sakai, just be beer, but who tobacco Bebuza. The mammy plans a dog, you dogs are a places. Anyway, my chance, I'm your cover. I wouldn't wait a mammy, mammy, intimate me in front quick one. Me back quick one. Hello, Minia.
Hello.
Eja, your frozen.
But you're from Stanza.
Your frozen? Stanza. But how are you for?
You walk at off and call.
Castle Fanco. Okay. Which I say?
Oh, Mika 50 cities.
50.
Oh, boss, I was with the kind of you do more. My car says so many months in you into going in India in your way. Let me see my maintenance be down. Oh, now Napo Islam.
What do you say? Say no.
Why?
What do you say?
1,000 cities.
Wow.
Oh, nyami shira mo boss.
Enti o car no ho kan nyina say.
Oh, me car no kan nyina e ko yewe no. Ene no man boy ya dinti, ya be spray yewe nti be almost be 50,000.
Okay, into the way no kote so.
The way no kote wa say da ko ga dem say 1,000 kra. Make na dey ejuma for Christmas.
I see. Inti what fan from 1,000 Ghana?
Oh, boss, my fan for. Boss, that you many free. Will you be a Kakum National Park? Oh no, your forest no move to that and say we move.
What who be?
Oh, boss, you said me home and me flow.
And I'm so what who be?
Oh, boss, what do I the pictures best send them?
Okay, fast send it. Why?
Yeah, best send them.
Okay, all right. Good luck. Cause why CMG sketch there? Why? Okay, so you're first winner. 1,000 Ghana cedis. A star for 13 hash. Start the procedure and see you best abo next winner within the next 20-30 minutes. Ebia na ewa. Now so after form. Okay, so you're back to the studio. Yeah, just a minute.
Yes. Who's the coffee capital come be say? Yen na to kwai. Ukwa kwantu mu at least ukota dia 1 year warrant na bibi na dia money ada de. Wo ese na ukwa ye de change and it will come out back. Wonder me dana siso ka so be to kwai. Oko US as a light of nana nze kufu ado mano foin ma bi o. No, it is a me so me the niema ba plans of the be kama.
Yeah.
Bibi e kama every 20 minutes 5 minutes who do so se machine nyankopon kra de kra mu a e be gini sem.
Sure.
Enti no ye be ma warranty be ma and every day obi aba gi bi di akọ machines enema de be nyina besa enti ansa na niema no beto smooth no sa niema we light of niema we nyina ye yi a ye be ma warrant correct 1 year 2 years.
Okay, so Kwajo the open so chere say the issue is not about the equipment.
No.
The issue is about the system we have here.
System I use to hano.
In this any panama warrant say 1 year 2 years there be about
10. Answer Juman Begu. And you ma 1 week. Ghana do doing 1 week, 2 weeks. A shit 3 weeks later. Now on Yanko Pond Diafa. What am I say? Because of system in Papa. Because now and this also I'm using this example. There's a lot of all power. Rotate a few boat training Medina and every day a call off be at twice or 3 times a day. Be a ever say. So at the end of the day, Kofi Kata or the Abroche compare, no compare call you as a what now. No, we say my light of that. Nania who be that, and was other better Wesley Gon to light of an second. And the plant when if you add in the plant, there be a water fuegum. So when you account to tell my system, yes, sir.
I see. Anyway, that's your point. Where there are just social issues are you treaty, and if you don't mind, guys, you zoom straight to our serious matters. And it's Yanko, Yanante. All right, so my match has Akwaba, Chaze Akwaba, me lecture Ghana for say, but there be answer Trema deal phone so. There be a what's it my Obama Musa say Nanyama Muya.
Say no, ya settle that matter.
And me Musa.
Okubisan just
open sorted your own
contempt.
Anyway,
but I Kofi Capital. In what capacity now granting interview?
The capacity of a convener for consumer protection.
Now when I will tell you, Kofi they were Ghana in opposition. Akufa Dubai to today. What do you think?
But say opposition.
No. You see,
say opposition. Or no,
for me, I think say SSC you hold your home accountable. Yeah, we must begin to hold ourselves accountable. We move placing currency on people who don't deserve that currency.
No, but he has been running the organization for quite
organization?
The consumer protection.
Who running who organization? Yantiha consumer near day. Ya increase data and go what to go finger. Ya increase data what to go finger. Networking what to go finger. Oslo usu can say DDT or DTT or D10,000 what to go finger. Me bisao. Na never we see time after Kofi Capital man. You see what the dear man for so be.
But at least stories of Orezi and yet me didn't come out. The issue about this Nadmo people aya omo konkro for shop muso omo ko expired canned foods. Then we have this issue about the DVLA on our roads. At least now ya settle near 1 or 2 be come on.
What's that no ever
that two chan cry say they are chiwomo.
So 1 month for we munro
all right, thank you. Okay, so thank you. Now we have 2 issues, major issues, and back we have more major. It's likely the panel I have here, more concentration in Beko. It's likely. Okay, so you got here a year Srebo. Nyami Aduma or 19th. Yeah, thank you. Good. 19th December, and our motto assemblymen. I didn't care say assemblymen and women, right? Assembly members. You can't assemblyman my confusion. So assembly members. You have 2 assembly members elections. Now, May Tuesday, and will be sending me message. Say Omo Kwako share a meeting and catch assembly members and they say they are not going to use indelible ink. Seriously, I couldn't believe it. Me mention waha, but na me demand from one mentias say how possible. Away me about an past 6, we are 12. Me movie all radio stations. To me movie round. Na me koto Akugan on Peace FM. Not just a fin. To me follow interview now. Then I called Akugan. And on mommy briefing ni a ye. Into me producer also koje a yes Srebo tape. And Srebo, Dr. Srebo na deputy commissioner for EC. Okay, so Kwame, it was on the morning show, right? On the news. Okay. So let's listen to Dr. Srebo here. Deputy National Communication Officer for NDC Akugan is in the studio. And Watro Odikai article be on this matter. And I think he's here to deal with the matter. So quick one, yeah, say Emre, because the other topics, but say even if we will waste time on this, because there is danger looming. You got here Dr. Srebo. And you Sema Peace FM. You pull this interview from Peace FM 12 o'clock on midday news. Thank you.
The one can say a brother by a between Monfa indelible ink and you'll be Ansah. I didn't.
Yo, that's it. We chat here for you now. The kind indelible ink and not been a yellow about room. Indelible ink get a common Sasabaya to Trabana Mrobaco. In other words, I will back on Makua. Okay, what abandoned. Tabani Abdona na issue registers na obidin bitima bemba kwa na mi bemba community mi nsane na no na iya indelible ink. If you do biometric here, you should BVT. The biometric separate has been said, we didn't do anything to register them. We did na Edwakoto Motor Police, which is the way you every man and don't do and they are about the Motor Police in the whole. I think they will want to do it will be too much, you know. And what you know, who got to a banana, what was that videos, and if you don't just say, a one. But I couldn't be a first one, independent minister say, well, with the machine on a one. And the chairman said, we didn't a Baku, and one would put on Bakupe. If the machine among come out, didn't advance out there 9 Delbon get accounts, I know. Now, it's 1 hour, Delbon, and now, biometric process number, you know. We give them biometrically, you are registered, not biometrically, you are verified. Until you do the one to talk about Madam Bobako, until you make it, and they won't bring with him.
Okay. And a man can get about me and some of whom. The other kind is I find every side way. Now, about your wing, so any fine indelible ink here, another 2024, the MOD and also sign fine indelible ink and to you.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, in time, every day we will transition. I want to idea about me to buy 2012, yeah, but there can be a transition. I don't be, you know, why you used to, in the way to know I take it time. And the amount of what take chance movement. No one was a process no more cause no, and therefore and 5 different waste in general. And the two, the guy who was into the zoo for this is the benefit. I'm not for you who say, they can hear the cry, and going forward, it should be going to be.
There's no need for me to talk too much. Senior, Yanko.
You made us say, actually, last week, na me ye ejumebi. Say, dodo na omuni mende. Omuni say na my assembly member. Ewo Niboy Town electoral area. And ejumebi yo hwada aya metai eye. Sene be nipa bete assembly system no ase. Because every year be no sha the number of people are omoto abano. The afibia no ba na eba form. People don't have that interest. But assembly system no is one of the most efficient thing. Yesomu ye na ye free abai ni to me ho kakra. It will be a savior for our nation. Because apart from say abai ena appointed chief executives ena de no. Si eba be ye fee fixing na. Se o store sika utua no busumi bia na sa fibia no. Assembly members ene decide enya aban. Inti eno so a anka ono ubetumi aben no aka mo hawa kire ne se bia this year no mamu increase fees and say kamunya ne say no sa aba no so na ye mfa ho no. Enemi ne wo eka say local government system no it is suffering because common fund kra enko. Inti sanka yetumi ehye emra bi se bia local government sika no the moment a hit account mo no say anka omode ne eden eko without friends a common fund administrator directing say 2% enko ana say 1% enko ana bibia etisa. And that is the government that is closest to us. Ye betumi aye say Ghana betumi SPD up ejina ye local government system ye be mano aye either autonomous or semi autonomous or France no enye. So that was the work I was doing to educate one electoral officer no ekasa no unse omoye platforms ema debates for everybody.
Yeah.
Baby or what yes ye be two platforms amamo. Ye first one ni we are. Yes, so second one for technical reasons into no yenye. So there were a lot of issues and I'm say there be say ye kwa na say we stronghold and mama ne chance na say we so ntusu ba kwa. I think say it is just fair. Omo asusu na speakers no omutua ho ka.
Okay.
But electoral commissioner mo je ho budget. Mo dia call parliament am ya approve am mo say mo expend mo na mo de sa ne ma we nyina ekọ ma approve. Intina me electoral officer bi kasa afa ho. And oka chem so honorable. Wo the assembly elections we ni abre hu. Na nhye ya ye ba be for main elections ne kra no. E bia uyem kra be hyew. Eno mame obi number ewo headquarters. Se me shia papa na ana se me shia sa mame na obetumi amma me info bia enu mom no me nie no echi more than say media assembly elections na echi. And I'm saying me kwa ko shia no mom na yebedi mienu nyina ho komo. That was when for the first time me to say one indelible ink no omo pese omo yi a free process nim. Eto so mienu ejuma na aka ye to aba nipa miensa eye no omo de ba be ma nipa baako amanaye. And that dangerous aspect ne say near ohwe book mu se wudin ewom ono an na be ye nipa kra obete presidential and as assembly member krata no e de amawo ohwe book no ate amawo ukoto sanso ba na ono asanso at unit committee de no 2024 no ebe parliamentary de no na wate no de amawo no asanso akokoto aba. So the picture ne say one person hwe se odin wo ma owi a wababere ababete presidential de na mawo ukoba wasanso ababete parliamentary de e de amawo. Let's look at something. Election bi asusu ni ho a yenya 100% attendance je krono wo ho yawo brono yi so no yenim se asemasi nte ase yenim se asemasi etukwan enobi wo ho a omma enti se me na me issuing officer na mehwɛ wodin na me hu so kodwo yebo a enie enti no ne din ɛwɔ krataa ni ma
yeah
inse se mete kodwo yebo a din ne ho no metumi akwakoteke obi a waka baabi ɛwɔ mu se na be ya it will show se kodwo yebo a no on sign so metoe mi wi amate presidential no amana kwakoto aba owi a wasan so aba for parliamentary na se eye ketu north na ye MPP for na ye operation enim se parliamentary nya de ebe wini into okoba sa table na ho no instead se meti parliamentary ama ne so nkoto mienu no meti presidential ama ne bio so onsan fa nkoto because ye wi a ye sort out a obi ho a ode paper no presidential no ekwakoto box we mu no obi tumi edit the same box mu ti ye sort out a utumo so obi de wa ha ni afa de aba beto ha enade. So if one person is doing that, how can't the person manipulate the system? And you see one thing so eye ayemuhia ne say every time we no ye improve upon our election system. Either say ye di bibi ba beka ho. There has never been a time ye bibi every process nim. There has always been addition. Bibi ebetumi asesa no be how you get your card. President Kufuor time ye a friend is saying pictureless one. Ekoye picture there. Etosu mienu yesanso koye de black and white no. Ansah na ye didi mu ana aba biometric system here ye use yi.
Yeah.
Dr. Sribu Okweku, in response to your friend saying my right up no. Oka say oh BVD machine aba. Into BVD machine no, it cures the your friend is saying indelible ink no. I want to prove to him how wrong he is. Names no ene enkrofo a omwo BVD machine ni books no. You will be a friend face only. Ne patch say you will be ho a wo ye ne den ne nsa no machine ntumi mfa.
MPK.
You will be so ho a ne nsa no kra ebi ni hopo ena wo de akwako team efidie ne so. All these people no omo da face only. Ne part so hwe ne nima also hwe picture no hwe ne nima oh kodwo yebo a onkoto aba because machine no oninsa MPK yesanso wo obi wo ho a ni bibia ewo eyenim but oba beto aba no ordinance machine so a MPK no ye obi wo ho beto aka se fa omo ekwa ohronsa koyese ebitumi koba machine no MPK nensa emrano so say you cannot deprive somebody whose name is on it just because of a system failure or a machine. Inti esa o man koto aba. Inti no your question be ewo pink sheet ni so a ye bisa. How many people voted without verification machine? Eka ho bi. Because the total must be 100. Machine no provide say e nipa 60 enom de om say see so ebeto aba. Na say box nim no e 80 ena eguma. You can't blame the machine because machine no ehu nipa 60. However, other face only and also be a machine into me am pecking no we to me akwakoto aba machine no into me account. So o de sa number no eka machine number no ehua it must get you the total number that you expect in the ballot box. It is here baby use sa system way non-indelible ink enim. Don't forget to say omo assign so akwaje on budget a omo de call parliament say ye mo musika omo de be run assembly elections and sika omo de be run presidential elections no sabi indelible inka ene omo se omo hunu nyansa say esese ye yi free mu no na sika say no omo de omo budget na iko no na indelible ink eka ho enti sa sika no e de na ka omo pese omo de koye. Into one nyansa at the indelible ink aka requirement your budgetary requirement a year then o catch say enede uba be efrim sabe se ohwe baby ana say Liberia ne baby a sabe abato ho entokwa eba no the only thing I didn't tokwa no eba no a lack of trust se trust anywhere sabe menyu ne uso nyimi ni enti ade a ebema bibia ye fine no ene measures aye nyina ye de beto abontene na obi the interviewer was asking me say adentina niema we nyina e wo ho no yenko IPAC meeting na bibia etisa
I want to come
obviously, but the truth is say one ma omoko IPAC no ye misa say this thing has it ever been tabled bisa PNC for even bisa MPP for bisa CPP bisa obia se mame no da sorry na say mini wa dance ye de but ekoba ne say oni nanado danko akufado akwakọ meeting ni aka bibi akire na or say this is what I want to implement if you like it or not. This thing has not been tabled to IPAC. Many will say NDC yes say if we are ready to sit down na say IPAC na yenim under Charlotte say under ye papa Farijan. If that is the IPAC, we are ready to go back to the IPAC. Na IPAC sabi ma mene say a advisory de mo beka no mepa na metie mepa mintie a sabi o kohwa ede na akwakoye ade we a omo ebabe implement no on the 19th year ebe enko IPAC, but he has decided say so moto or no percent
more the concrete information say enko
IPAC many PNC for akasa many CPP for akasa omunyina say it has never come up, and in fact the Emma minya sa information we cry and say PRO of Electoral Commission decided say we must not keep anybody in suspense. Senebeya omo a omba beye adwuma na omo staff of Electoral Commission omo ye volunteers ne omo a ye employ omo temporal workers for their life not to be at risk, because se me ba ho na me hu se de mu ye ni a minim de ekoso I may attack any of them. So the PRO decided say me pese me di BBC eto abonten Senebeya all aspirants will be aware say adia yeba beye ni. Jane Mensa eka say there this thing doesn't need any chaos in the media. Udru ho na say inkini ni ho now the process is successful. Nobody will be angry about it. You see, your uncroform ye elections with Druma ewo edem. And ye wa uncrofor ye field worker omunim how to manipulate it. Sabe say me pese me double voting na bibia. Before me kwako indelible ink kra abra ye use indelible ink kra no. Be di mensa kora anka atwede mu. Ansah na me di aba be ra indelible ink nim. People find ways of erasing it to be able to go again. Indelible ink cry ewo ho cry no. Shamania yehu. Na yesi indelible ink eni ho. Face only ewum. We know we say obi aso envote 100%. So where would the trust going to come from? Indeed for us here, I wish say assembly members ni nyina no will pick it up from where we have done the expose. Obi asre boa ne ho ahwa mu nyina obi anka ho asem until I did that write up yesterday. Yes. And okay, they were talking everywhere to explain say obi obeka say devil ibo inkribe bibi no oboa ene ade. Why didn't you tell the people before the write up? Into no mesra assembly members say elections are more elections. Yours is even more dangerous because sometimes the total your place is
but your more elections all right.
Yes.
But now Srebo is telling us that it's likely they are going to use the same system for 2024.
Exactly. And no nema we know. I'm sad to say we got hint of it a little late because any 19th no emunchekra. But at least we have more time to fight, and we want to do this battle with our assembly members because omodiye no eneye enimanimu yai because on the 19th of this month no ena ye kwakoto sa abano, and their only hope and they say because yakoto assembly members no cry no it was successful. So it is ready to go, and we are going to do it. We must fight it now in collaboration with our assembly members and the unit committee. Senebeya will make sure because what could budget? Almost say parliamentary subcommittee.
Indelible ink no matter budget.
How much budget? It was part of the budget. You call for approval.
So they have decided to chop that money.
And ready? Why we need to?
I see.
Why we need to? You understand? And why would we put the lives of people at risk? Say obeto indelible ink. Amanipa eyusu na yenya asumdue ewo Ghana. Ene say ubedi sense kano na obi abaso obabetutu na basabasoye about elections mu. Last elections for the first time they see that obi anwene ho da so obi kwakoto abobi to mewu. But at least 8 people died. 8 people died. And then the tension in these elections. Sabe, and then another Danko Akufo-Addo no say he has signaled say some people want to foment trouble in the upcoming elections. The same friend is saying Jane Mensah also repeated same as if say they have the same script writer. Honestly, some people want to foment trouble. It wouldn't say some people want to foment trouble in the next upcoming 2024 elections. And your mom now, your friend is saying, why do you now the trust Abanipemu? Said there will be continue who's will lose and will lose. But this is the time where you feel say, let's take some people off. Your man Crawford, I mean, I made it a ballot paper. Now say, Kojo Yeboah, Abba. Number 3. Edi amakoju ebo ase kokotoa me asusu na mekura book ya mehwe din me take ni patri din ewum na me mani fa ne sa ensi ba akoso na tu na aka no me nya no face only so buy a machine na mfa no otokoye. Why are we not thinking? Why are we not thinking?
But is this something only will party hierarchy edi ho nkomana
eno de meka say this week no say na meka no obia wo your friend is saying out of
different
locations. This week, you cried here. Yentumimpo anya fake. Next week, and be a final fake for friend is saying for before the Xmas break. Into it is on our national platform. We also have our intelligence working on it, but we will take a decision on it. Me assure say by Monday there will be a decision on it.
All right, then we'll come back to you. This is the situation what is here. But we better come back to obeying. Yeah, no. Okay, all right, okay.
Kwabra das Mr. Amfa Konyes na mencheti for na hwefo. Enemy nu ama me no mo checha me ne akogan ene makati. Wonim se sa dia issue abai bibia che se ba bibia election. Edum pempenso se ya we opposition no hu de se we street. Because we the say a kwa bi be faso bi ese timi bia de masa akwa na betima bia na me ye keka mafuni e kama dampan e me de say akugan aba betra han mo na ni abre den won akoma na ode kasa no ene nkode kokota ipac meeting last week or na last week we say nke be boa dan so abetra han na ni abre.
Why the ipac?
Why not the ipac? We say better 3 months sa issue ma kasa no mo poni me kuntokwa ama afarijan better 3 months or so who's afarijan so ba bontin e be ka kire omo say omo nko ipac meeting no na ukwa na za uka sempo ni yentie mpo a CNN ni ayi for mo Al Jazeera mo pe news fa empabo akra bo ma meeting ana table no kra bu no ana ayi pieces ompo fa bo fom keke na news mra say ni account so ntie enu ti ni ani abre ewiase nyina be hu ma me ne ba bi odi Ghana eko ene kwa person odi nhihye de Ghana for fa so me no ka say no ka mampani da nam ayi Central regions, Western regions, Western North. Amunyina ma chichem na monam. Chichem ma chichem die be ntem ma chichem mu. E kwa mu be fa so be win election na me boa. Election wajuma the main point. Baby esa mo ko na mo ko kama mu party supporters energy no. Mo si yanko. Sometimes ipac
no but
every TV has almost any more.
No, you have an EC said the whole Ghana a one constituency. So she's the returning officer.
Yes.
So you have the returning officer, the national returning officer, telling you that yes, the ipac you can just advise but memfa.
And could you mami mo akakra ewa ha. Bisa say when was the last time mama menefre ipac?
Okay.
I know the question. The offering in our almost animal. Emma, but was a ne or cast up to be out one call cemetery on Wuda as all cast cemetery. CPP for PNC ni one for abomudi. Woman yina, woman in Crofway night, ash boom. It won't be point kind of crank so that be a biano or can different and altogether. But what need some more yenia, Muko bia, Namuni eka yanibaji. Musone the last price a Ghana for but Munko, Mosamonko, for Yabaka, but say Colana, Yanimo Yamo from na na mu ya papa ba be kan ye woni ma de kronti amoka se de be ya betima lodge mu complain saa na mutata fia na mukokọ no muti ene ye de 2020 ene ma jigu ye ne aba ye nko bie mu ani won sa issue we entu ka sa koya nka mu koya enko bi nti hu nkyere mu won nipa okoti hu kyere wo akuga wo de aba bonte ye nyina ani age a ye nyina hu de ko bi anim wa post oni ma o kyere ne me ye nyina hu se no mo de ye ko ekwa bia bi ko me se ba o mie ye onam wa sabe wo wo so de ti se kotipomponi nya do better win election. There's no way we better win election on my way mu. Nya 2024 and now 2028. On my won't be leader. But kwa bia and akufo ado person we be obemana win election, be obemana win. Kwabra me party agent ayabre. Machine on verification machine okay. Uko polling station do na especially omo ye juma omo se mu check ni ade no. Verification machine bia no fa ni panensa. Ese de na menu aneka. Uko enkrase nyina emfa. And once agent for ne ke ho bom NFI form wa be fail bibia ho no. Na mwaka mwabo no atoto niema na nipa kra ni se Bobie Ansah to na ba ho han makra FM a ye ni Bobie no ato na ba na okọ ne ba bi ne nsa no tell the some people kra twuma enye dwuma say be de omodi ba kwabra me do Nyankopon nipa betima to aba bebrewu eniema nipa aye ne sumu ase no wo kan on radio so ahwe ba be twa kotum enti nka wo ka se mra bi mkoka ba ko bi ma national security bo no mo hwe me e ma me ko din sense be 3 months or 2 months ba bi wotima se eniema aye no ye ka party ho aye ne eniema akoso no we are machine hon betimi tete ma eniema bebre omode eye de omode be ye no na wei inkinka kwabra so simple ene ba umia no de esa and this for we mudi agrobe be di president me ne wo ka se so oni East Legon na mo santwefo de mo ye nipa bone fo che obia de mo be di nko na mo dwene ho me ka se mre bi we de me chepu de ahyem kwabra emre bi atwam kofo kokosi ni gate kofo di president so si gate ni security gate so ka say o si amone ne de ntokwa ya mo ni kosi prat kwabra de bia na ogakofo ani bo mo videos kofo be di president wo si we sata mo di mako ntenteme ufi so oni minu so oni mangoes pa East Legon their hospital mangoes ufi me pass brigade now kwa before mangoes ne ubo say on your right e kwa na ho ye gusu ni na fresh okay uko be to say 50 meters that ba umie wakokosi the presidential house na no say we are say ye ohia ha adwene so no say before e be point ba umia no ayi we na nkomo fa no former sports minister Rashid Bawa on akufo adu fa no wie kra fa na no na do so onyine ntu ene age ba umia Rashid Bawa fie ba umia koto fie no abubu fie no na fie no do na fie wasi a ayi nko awo na so che e wo che sa wo wi press fo nyina akọ obi antimi fa ma pepesim saba omi ade ababe ni ekwa wo ho nyina because of okwa kwata wo so obabe di president akufo ado di ni dia oba ani ma e prepare no on so obabe si e die fully and we say East Legon na mete go ti ase and wo obabe si wo that area ya enkrofo akọ na makọhwe me mani sam kra ententro formation base of 4 obi ani wo mpa omo pepese omo ti da ba mu obi an from including Makati esa me de ka ho bi omo nyina anim na hwe ba umia dai obabe siesi wo ya oso wo ba bia me kire wo no wotima se ya wasi obabe siesi na wo hwe dan kase ani ade a ade me sifa bra pepesi kuna ade mesi woni de kwaso wotima se esumu nyina makamaton ko foji ye gate keke wotima se enti na de Ghana na iko no se NDC fo di agro na so omo de niam di agro a ye ba wiem on ba wiem pepepe atoto niam pepepe ama ya pon ye ba pon pepepe ama su ye ba sasu you okay the other election of course 2020 election ye wiase de nyina kwabra ba bi ade ko ye wodi ye nam hwihwihwe the whole Ghana ye wie ye ba ye declare me no mienu nyina ne ntimi nkofie wotima se no mo wie ye suso e bia fa sumase krampo a transfer vote to the account for de ho ye wie no mu Dubai ni nyina echi etwa ni nyina abo election we say dru hobium ama ye nyina sa aba mu a NDC for the election ni dia go final day wo ukọ constituency bia NDC performance dodo ni nyina sa aba form esa hwempom form Ghana fire said who call crook NDC be wini it is even on branch meetings e ho ke company me see even assembly election ekoso yi buaku Ghana tiwe omo nkro for performance down e dia motivation be na mo de ma mo nkro for no omo yi nkrofo so asabia mu sabia nyado me dey ayo waso will make example kwabna say nkrofo bi omo yi omo East Legon lecture area memma examples and na me hu baako was committee omo from say unit committee wa bruce so tibi ya na nkrofo kura ni mu eso ni wo poster so munja ati munyi credible people wo ba kwa campaign nkrofo kura ni mu na say na tani gwase be na wo di be say dia na mu yi NDC from one arrangement say there's more in the political way simple. Mu yini pa arrange won mu support some the support some support mu be quite down. They do election pe no man people for na take over. Adentia ba bia Ghana dui ba bia niam ekosi akwa ewusu ti se kotipomponi mu betra me ya bedi eso. Ewiase kwabram se bedwuma mentiase o. Won se o mampani John Mahama wono so no se eso kokopa assemblies of God. Eda na eso ya eso kokoye na ogya ne politics no. Wonam quiet sa edrun time eso okasa. Sa de we wote ne nura ene nansa ene ka eso I press conference. Say one tiase.
But I think according to the deputy national
yeah.
Say I didn't pay time. Sorry, I didn't pay time. Omunyina split. So they will come back on fake, decide on what they need to do. Because mind you, yes, the flag bearer is now the leader per party constitution.
Yeah.
However, you work in tandem with the NEC and party council of elders. So sometimes, I mean, strategically.
You see, with them, say enrano, hearsay. But though from inside, and I'm the story no. What you say? See, an kasa aba out, aba be confirm it because you are debut if the president says it and gets it wrong, it is better say I will get it wrong rather than or no. See, kasa aba jia tuma. This is the time that
this is the first time we are straight on Peace FM. This is what they are doing. But quick one, my boss is here. Yakubu Faha Rudin, your Deputy General Secretary, ma PNC. Onia Akwaba.
Bobie, mejusu.
Boko Deminia.
Nyamia do me hoye na onso e.
Boko. Okay, so quick one. Yatese yasemoko IPAC Emma Omo raising issues efa ye assembly elections no any future elections are omuyi indelible ink efrimu ukobi is it true what happened what transpired?
Okay, Bobie, first of all mamintia iti for ewie na my champions for you now omutie asema wo hono say me surprise kakra say Endra me better say Electoral Commission almost say we see district assembly elections no ye use indelible ink and this issue no so no oman farm IPAC meeting we see all parties bit my discuss anything am surprise kakra say issue so substantive see
oman farm IPAC
Oman father issue of indelible ink amba IPAC meeting.
When was the last time? Okay, so let me ask you. Why call IPAC? Why not represent the PNC?
Me Faridin Yakubu and Janet Nabila. Yena yeta represent IPAC meetings.
Okay, so when was the last time I'm call IPAC meeting?
Nukwe woman say the last IPAC meeting no. Me my national treasurer representing because of little engagement. Inti Endra na meneno bon komo ye bon ho komo na o ka chen me say IPAC meeting o ma discuss so many issues and me bisa no about the indelible ink and o ka chen me say indelible ink no it wasn't a matter o me discussing under the IPAC meeting so I was a bit surprised area we so me say Ashanti regional EC we see head on also confirm the same issue Endra na me say no so I was a bit surprised say we say indelible ink a part of the process. The elections from Afarajan time up to say. What the elections are Ghana Hanum. Yet Miss Sabibia, but indelible ink no, and it don't quite the Ansah. Yeah, Ghana Hanum na. You started elections with opaque ballot boxes. And your best sign and the transparent ballot boxes by your best. Apart from that, and Sadi your friend is saying biometric device. It may detect fingerprints. Yes, I advance no, and the facial your friend is saying a bit my detective winning. So we begin a machine no not winning machine now detective say yes, nipa see verified say nipa no na or share we see your friend is saying electoral we see records nimu. So I am so surprised say over the years this indelible ink has been part of Adia HRS ubi akoto aba because okoto aba na the indelible ink no amake unsa na HRS wakoto aba into untimi beto aba biom so we were so surprised say Electoral Commission say this election, District Assembly election, I bet on Tuesday we be year free honum. I was a bit surprised. And idea is I share me before crying say almost say indelible ink, no, the cost of indelible ink high in person will reduce the cost of election, so they are not bringing it in this election I beto. And it's going to be a test and as a pilot project against the 2024 elections. So some of us yet I was so confused and I'm suspecting foul play say no indelible ink, no, that is the only identifier say obi are conducted, that is the verifiable one. What the machine will verify, all right, but indelible ink, no, and also na chere obi abehu say wakoto abana wi nti ade a chere say wakoto abana say ink no ebon nsemu. So Electoral Commissioner omuyi sa indelible ink we there yenum bi no yete no anye de kra anything we are protesting against it say Electoral Commission almost anko embrabium no omunye the right things because they pay true free and fair elections
Okay, all right. Okay, so Honorable Yakubu, thank you so much. What me am I confirmation here? That's very. Okay, so let's come back to the studio. Kwajo,
yeah,
you see, even with the IPAC, because I know no come before that, Mati say they never raised this issue at the IPAC. Never. Omo the CEO omo. Easy for no workers luna eliki ma nkrofoti akugan ATB.
Kwabra since NDC foja IPAC meeting kono. What be bia na fi IPAC aba. Since a political party no mo kana obi anya party o. Omo de sabia mo se be nyado no kofi o ne gbomo bayi eno no mo dwene ho. NDC ko a because NPP for plan wi ayapon. Omo ko ope ade bia ehu bia be beto dwa ama mo debate. NDC nko a political party bia ni o eye only NPP omo maka kwasi aparu na ho na de ba. Obi anfa bi obi epe bibia de kwa don ko na hwan. What am I say? So at the end of the media make an so omo anko ne de Ghana fo nyina na omo enya adwene. Because me omo fort and sa niam we nyina ekọ na no mete na maami be ka kire Ghana fo nyina say wo ka kire GP say obehia security wo hwe de niam ekọ 2024 election no eso timi be security ma na wo de ya mo adwuma security asemfa ho eno kire wo say onya kro no obebo. What am I say? Etin maame na prepare yene na ka bibia mudi agro na bibifo Ghana fo yesro moja yempento kwa niam bi aka na anu ekoto aba ye wi doma communication the whole Ghana nobody oko parliament kura ni papers nyina ayiraye oka ni nyina wo ni trim ye to aba wie omo ye press conference ku Ghana mo mi koko gira ho bi doma man time ankasa 5 minutes super hini no na wira ho wo wie ya 2 minutes okofie okwa kosu bibifo enya hwe mu ye nya amanenka na bi mo abra wu ho dodo na wu ni agya amanaka mo anhwe ye de mo de ko de wa Ghana fo wa rechemu de wa Ghana ekoso mo sa ye lucky afafanto eso na ati de se kuma se wa fa half mo awie mu vote ni nyina da so ye mo dia enti mo hawo ne se aniema bi se enu dia mesira mo mo ni nya den de se mo ye bia mo nye sa de wei so omukọ oyekọ bi na semsi a unsi ye stop bibia no mu nyina aba sa asem ehu eni kwaso ye to on the 19th abana with that ink that's what we bibi ma ink ni de ko yes
the national point of correction
just to correct it but to clarify something yene National Peace Council a meeting on the return of NDC to IPAC omo appeal ye twen say ye ne Jane Mensa ne EC4 bi ebetina say on some few issues. We are now waiting say the next IPAC meeting so no the invitation or ebeba. And before then then we'll trash out some few issues and then we'll go back to IPAC. Into the issue of IPAC in the day ye nyanto ho ansana na ye if they are going to call us to the next IPAC meeting.
Okay,
we are setting on the return.
Okay, so now one quick comment here from Jerry Ajay says, Bobie, my good friend Kojo Eboy is getting a lot of things wrong. Is he telling us he doesn't remember the altercation that happened between Madame Jane Mensah and General Mosquito at one of the IPAC meetings prior to the 2020 elections? The IPAC meetings have become a rubber stamp which takes and make it decision right from Anoche and Gabi's office. Oh, ho, ho. Anyway, so this one is coming from Jerry Ajay.
My answer next year, we are not busy. Until you go school, let's say you're born ma, unko school biem.
Okay, so let me do this. Citizen Atudazi, General Secretary GCPP, Chairman Akwaba.
Commander Mizodo.
Boko there.
Yamanado na Erabi Mamincha na Mincha
Etefu Inajo so. Now, quick one. Me pacho GCPP when they represent more party no our IPAC.
Pacho Amara no ye national organizer.
So when was the last time we call IPAC meeting?
Wacha kaka. I think it was after the registration exercise. Limited registration exercise. That was when we went for an IPAC meeting. I think it's about maybe 2 to 3 months now.
But what discuss will be about sir more failure here indelible ink our elections more free system no what discuss will be about it.
But I am discussing at IPAC level.
More committee
has not even become an issue at IPAC level. They are discussed.
I see. So this issue about moving out a year indelible ink from your elections, no. I ain't found out what no.
Oh, I'm okay. There was one time after IPAC meeting, it was a passing comment. I met the more
by who? By who?
Now, you decide, Dr. Trebo, as to what is it about? And my explanation, another mind there. The reason why I use indelible ink, is to prevent people from double voting. Maybe I will go to a house, I could maybe I could vote. At least the ink, trade and actual by doing the but over the years, because they put in place a biometric system into no self for 2 bar or the biometric machine or the verify or biometric before you can register. It is or verify also it is on the machine. Into it could be what it will reject you, and that is why then there will be no need for the ink. But the questions we raise is that then sometimes the verification machine does not work. I mean, countless times, even the 2020 election, I mean, we saw what happened there. Most of the biometric area did not work until they had to resort to facial identification. And so many things can happen. And how do we trust the person or your facial identification? I mean, we know these things. It is not enough. But then also the counter argument in there. Go put you to buy it in any way. And even in any case, the register, would be take on the register. So there is nothing that can be done. So, but it wasn't a conclusive meeting because we're discussing it there. That worry about the
okay, all right.
After that, it was just a side discussion. Maybe they are thinking of it, but I just heard it yesterday through social media. This is something that they are thinking of doing.
All right. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Near per se, seeking clarification from other various,
Yeah, well, peace council, what program they are to build consensus for our electoral reforms, and the BB them to the indelible ink. It is part of electoral reforms. There, you want to take a step about elections, and I think that the electoral body not as today. If you want consensus, na obia anyantiase na process mu ma da ho aye function ma no kwezi abem ma the result will be accepted by all. Every action that you take, you need people's buy-in. You don't just stand up and take a decision and go to work with it.
Anyway, that is where a friend said debate na kwa kujina. Thank you so much. That's so let's come back to the studio. Okay, so let me go to Charles. Charles, now this is the situation we have on our hands.
Commander, mechia minuan mumpenim for ye akugane senior Makati and minuan penny a ye could do. Commander, I think, sir, going forward, no. This is the time. I was say NDC as a party, a provincial Ghanaians say. NDC party is ready to secure the votes that Ghanaians are going to give them in 2024 elections. There has been incessant questions. Say, namukra ya tu abanama muwia, nama conflict in chimunsa ajiambano. Indeed, there is some mistrust. Ghana for any NDC for. There's some perception say Ghana for who NDC for say NDC a weak, or the NDC party is becoming a weak party. They are not in the position to protect the votes of Ghanaians at the moment. 2020 a typical example. And what shall go for you? Oma say they are going to take different approach in winning the elections. Almost for 2020 elections approach ni say ya wagana ubedru elections day. Ubeko polling station bi no na machines aba ho nyina enye adwuma. E was say polling agents the party officials are ewo ho no is ni from no omo build the consensus say etwase ya to aba no dia kwan bezo ne mfa so nto. Ni na ya jatum so okay ye nyina wa ha ye be monitor say obi anyo overvoting and it no ye do without the verification machines no na ye nya no manual ne nto na se eba ne sa na se ye ne manual ma beto kohwe nka mensa ade eba be sa party in power no ye nyina nim say current EC aye NPP extension of NPP party and managing your electoral process under the guy under the leadership of Jane your friends that Jane Mensah, under the leadership of Jane Mensah. You know what I'm saying? It's just an extension of NPP as a party and on managing your electoral process. On one recruiting conform by then on better adano I supervise over the elections. Since you say Bian say me applica say nipa baako for na obesha so within wo kra term on one better both presidential and parliamentary ballot paper no amount. And you know, entered into a deal with such a one person, and a big deal cry, and yet they cry. And it's yaba verification machine na say. And you know, you turn the manual, wabetune anopa oko anopa tutu wabetoko. And you Rebecca bay 30 minutes, 15 minutes. So no my identify who say nipa win muno. Ansha omo mameto.
Yeah.
It's a one moment you recruit your monk.
Yeah.
Munko tourism. Machine where the bayajuma. Ink Bianca the parents said me identify as a wabako. So what's what back on us or sitting tram and manco ye? What's it? Or Medina where you're marking and yes, I'm your friend, me see your friend from Medina. Obey me. And into the American say, and I come to think of it, Sir Savannah. These verification machines no are linking up to when they control. Nipa ya oyi ink every way on what they control server no. Anything Mr. This is a critical issue. Akugan say by Monday no we take a decision. It is too late. Sir, omu na bia with different locations. Gan haya no more. And they were technological world. You don't need to do face-to-face meeting and sign about to take a decision. You can even do conference call. You take a decision. Abe kwa to Tuesday. Monday na abe take a decision. That when we are implementing the decisions that we will take. Oh, NDC should be up and doing. And some of us we think say they have been too slow. And we are siding with some Ghanaians say about cry the more omutumi mohoban. And it's almost me abohoban. Some na Ghana for can no. Munyira we so anya kasa take action. Let's see. Say right from some people's way, more secure votes are Ghana for your majesty on the Bema. Because Ghana for to go to Abama, now go for a mamma, now the end of the day, no, Yasaba Betrasa are by Putu Yasi. And it be sure end this in penny for. And they should take decision by tomorrow morning. We should hear from them. Their decision on this approach are some the yes sir, district assembly elections. And yes sir, a bit depend in the minds of Ghanaians say NDC cannot protect and preserve the votes. You pass the moment. Sada mekanwa.
Chaze Kumi na okay akuka person come. Well, oh okay. Yo.
Kanda me dase.
Yeah. Chaze enko.
Mati mpenifa mini o mashia o studio. Yen kase ye nya akwanya se ya. Na nya se ye wonyansa ne chen obi. Na mum a opportunity na yanya. Eno nso nche se ye kura spray lavender wo ye butum. Se ye de barbe spray nsema no na ma na ye hwam dabi. Ye be kan se ne te no. Tuti fi na nya woda o de nya hwe o ten be kan e be o de. Rwanda.
Anya
Election a process. A event. Enti ye sha safe baby. Ni dia kudru baby. About one there. That is the final, the climax of the process. Enti se wo koto aba na wo ya wo hu so me me kwa election. But final day no there. Nema manfo akoto aba. Na wo koda aba no ye beto. Ba ye be kan no. Onya odie uko kazi siendi zobeka se o attack yomo but enya attack ye beto mo phone kanda se me na me wo NDC executive mu a me ka omo hu bia anka Ansah ye project Electoral Commission anka sana a project as a see execute throughout the remaining days aka. What is it? Yeah. From the day I declare election, and I say Musha Sianka, but this time say I'm funun. I'm a nanya and to her gua nkono abeto nuhufo. But unfortunately, opposition parties a war Ghana hano. Omo ya too comfortable abi omo and you know nothing appears to them say omo kwa election re under Ansah mebwa birth certificate kwasi ani yeboa former chief justice ni ayedi to no say waje bribe $5 million no okay no
yeah ani yeboa
okromu ni no Oboa is birth certificate.
Of us also are that
guy. Me no complete. So glad we are in wait. Glad we are in the part.
Yeah, to
Randa. Oboa no mu birth certificate. A female guy.
Yeah.
Say birth certificate and identify Ghanaian. Enough. Mami we pushes ye guarantor system and film so guy and was a cluster ye kwa control din instead of every polling station ye control din na electoral area ye control din o kani nyina bomu se ye nya no district office. They get it. These are all the processes, stages. Mind you, 2020 or introduce regional coalition offices. No usu ye at the blind side of political parties. No, it was one of the major concerns during the election petition. So 20 regional coalition offices. No, you caught 20 a year. Okay, quite fast. So they deprive SAR for.
Yeah, SAR.
It was on the 6th of December 2020. You could talk about on the 7th. And we issue letter, press statement and a signature point any so. any they are defranchising a whole constituency, a group of people. Till today, the voice that is supposed to be for the voiceless, so that voice now is supposed to represent the voiceless, that voice appears to be fainter than those in the voiceless group. We are in fear. Nanado Danko Kufado. I think MPP started saying they will break the 8 right after the declaration of election results.
Yeah.
A movie Supreme Court and no this break the 8. Everybody is singing break the 8. Commander. Nanado Danko Kufado has repeatedly assured the party say Obe hand over power to them. National Chairman Stephen Ayesu team Ekabi, General Secretary Justin from Ponkudia Ekabi, who is not saying it. You see, ni friend say Obe bo boa, no be two boa. Na when we say na day, esi bibiso. One, the court is not with you.
Yeah.
The military is not with you. The clergy has been bought. The media is gone. You have nobody. Until now, I thought that NDC would take solace in the words of our national chairman. Say we need Bonsame Didia. See, with the long spoon. And a DDD. So I didn't know that there were words with that action. Those words were supposed to have been backed by action. So me say where your bon sound and many no by for I see a tune sadidi. Na me amaka say as a me the long spoon. And I cannot in the what are the actions that just with the long spoon? And I won't need it. There's nothing showing that you are eating with a long spoon. John Dramani Mahama 2020 ka boot for boot.
Yeah.
Boot in the buyer no one for Modiama. When the boot came, then DC didn't bring their boot. Wasaka Fufrobi, do or die. Ansah. But there's nothing showing that they will do or they will die. Do you get it? Acquire business as usual. Now, I could go and say, Omo train. I was not to her. Or see a hearsay. But you are acting on hearsay.
They no say hearsay.
Sir, IPAC Adewi officially Maya no or no tea will by Bino or started through articles. Ansah is being responded to
about the indelible ink
yes.
issue. Yeah.
Or hearsay.
Yeah.
But he find it wise to obey acting on it. But the party as a whole cannot act on hearsay. Commander, politics is hearsay. Ake need politics. It is just like journalism. You eavesdrop. Rumors. There is an iota of truth in every rumor.
Of course.
And oh, your politics that you money wherever information is coming from, don't look at the person giving you the information. Take the information and work with it. But more train official statement one sal dear no. One time a buyer no. A buy number na court upon. Untimin court. Untimin nyashi. Do you get it? That is what they will do to you if you are in opposition and you want to sleep. And this for the APAC argument, let's deep it, let's dead it. Article 46 has given the Electoral Commission too much powers.
over the years, you know, you say, you're quite here with your power.
Yeah.
Who can't a dime once a month. In fact, I unfortunately say, policymakers over the years, you know, are not taken into consideration, say, so who can't adhere me and son, and here we are sepa, Nagana, shelter, food, and health or education is nowhere near.
I agree with you.
Any year, just to improve and develop yourself.
There's the society.
But what the obey survive, education come.
I agree with you.
And any part of it.
I agree. Now education is not best at school there.
Of course. Now
school there so bedi.
School ba o meda hefa.
We need be that better.
The effect of say obinya ba bi na yare
you can't learn.
I mean, just mention it.
You can't
learn. Otifie say oni ni kunu ne yire kwanya ntokwa na say pamni fifi a obo asesa. Oni ne manyina no obo asesa. Say nkwa no ani afia kodu point bi a na adwamambo ne yare ene bema. So the implications are sa a dying 170 ban or homelessness no is serious. Now Bobie you see would you want area it's like me cancer here. I am very passionate at a point in time because me who say either say leaders are on my back that either say omutimu yedin omundwini pa ho and I say me knew how to describe them because
ejabogu fa ba ko ka ho is either yent memfonso we are just stupid.
You see, the truth is that in internet you say education here you can't say be educated be any. It is not about NDC. It is not about MPP. It's not about Afanfanto. It's about you and I. We know family no we don't know. A bread and butter issue near can handle. It is a if you say you're calling him for a very long time. Now say ABI you say but about me
yeah.
One very important thing me no say ye the letter mo bia ye 250
really
as no obenya akwose vuvuzela
that is the point.
That is foolishness. Sorry my quote.
Ajabu
what I say Bobie obeshe vuvuzela asha asomade ye tu no ukaka pe o say wo ye MPP ni ukaka pe o say wo ye NDC ni et politician who say ye nwi nkwa akire ya dwemu no there be ye nwi nkwa akire because
Ajabu say my breakdown to him say a dying offer say baby depend on the location no the J no my fair idea
so you see Bobie and name look say with the baby cry enye kra I mean touch baby na me ka wimfo no baby
yes sir me bam cho nka say yes sir what time just ye ka baby
no standard
me nu ye betimi akwa
enye cantonment enye East Legon na me
enye laboni nye
you can't even from Dansuman what I say Dansuman cry high
Dansuman
no o share renter ni ball no what did Dansuman compare East Legon what I say and it's nothing
East Legon
of course nothing I'm telling you for
I to tell you I friends Kumasi and Santiman
exactly what I say Ufa Choco what I say Ufa Tessa no Momwa now for those areas now what I say Ukofa a single room bedroom Ukofa is here now you bet you around 600 Ghana cedis a month okay and then me say me say I'm telling you for make 600 Ghana
6 million
single room self-contained okay what I say
single room self-contained not just say
what I say what wait me baby kakra I bo hwadwa what I say at least from your bed no space kakra
okay like a hall a small
BBB what I say you are paying 600 Ghana cedis or more it took a 2-bedroom ubetua 3 times that be 1,800 1,500 1,600 a month 2 bedroom
Ghana
I'm telling you when I share income so amount for any rehosem it upon all this you know I can mean over the years you know we must bring these politicians to account need to use some real questions but are smart they always try as much as possible almost free house you know because they have all failed.
How's know what their problem and when they go on campaign they don't talk about it
because yes, we don't question them.
Obia Sunday me also commander in Dansuman single cell containers 550.
Okay.
This is Jamila to Muhammad.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so Dexon Dagado says East Legon single room 350 single room small room.
Okay.
350.
Yes.
Anyway, to us.
What I say? So proximity of what I'm talking about, you know. That's what I'm talking about. It Osha sa no ma we nyina. Ade di Ghana phone now. Yam fa nto nchen. Bobie. We say ye fa ye say enyuma egu meboa.
Yeah.
Ye ka say rent and tenant a. Enye residential ho a.
Debbie.
One of our high offices. Oye bojo adwuma. What I say? Yeah, Joe.
Say your ma offices ne shop for no.
Okay.
Your ma offices ne shop for no.
Okay.
E wo dey yen dealing with because yam fa no say enipo mo ska mo de be high offices e wo Ghana endru 5%.
Of course. Right. Commercial and tunche. Residential.
Residential. Then omo wo sika ne e be high store. Akofa ne ma free to go abegum.
Yes.
They probably 10%. I don't have the figures, the indicators with me.
Okay.
But when you look at one more probably do a chunk of them,
and they but they are very issues of keeping home.
Yeah.
On say won't no man na fie na wonya adwuma.
Won't me no man
na fie na you have to go into trade.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah.
Meboa.
Yeah.
Obia so so okun adwuma so.
Won't be no man traffic wa abra wonya adwuma ya.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what you want to say. Yeah.
What I say? Etino so okopa adwuma ya sebi wonsi store e wo kromba bia no akofa. Meboa. Almost omo high residential no. Omo de kopum ko high dan.
Okay.
On argument no.
Yeah.
Omo say obia ko adwuma so.
Yeah.
De ebia wonya bosumi adwuma. On ko tena dem yentwa bosumi no. Sa ni pakro no. Okwa even container kwa high essence here.
Wow. Enti na ebinum aye ne on table no, table top no.
Exactly.
It is tough for no. Esha.
Yes.
We boju for no. Ehwo na problem no.
Ehwo. Eti say ofa nipa 10 e Ghana ha. Emu na e han dan.
Yeah.
We nipa 10
I agree with you.
Na emu 9 e han dan.
More official data.
I said it keeps on, changing, but statistically, what I say, it has been a lot of study has proven what I say more than 95% of Ghanaians rent. Trust me.
I didn't know.
And Ghana, I mean, say, in fact, 30 according to 2021 population and housing census, 30.8. Then 2021 say what day sa numbers here you can watch me say yam fa omo active population in kra below 18 years they are minor difference of munya adwuma they are dependent wo yo mu free mo yam fa say omo 10,000 Ghana 10 million rather in kra 20 million omo active no emu 95% high dan.
I see.
So we are talking about 18 million Ghanaians who are renting this country.
Enya better. Enya easy.
They talk to be. But I want to say, I didn't know who here with Naba.
No. Salono. Ehwano so. Ye read.
Bobie. I didn't know who here in Naba. Because of Enya Aban Aqua, Omoye Carlos. Omun Dini, Omuni Tema. Omoye Mambofo. Aban and Omabako. Both MPP and NDC. Omun Niktema. Omuye a woody for. Because when you would in here, no yere and now sorry. Now won't mean gain to cover the people who govern Omono. A country won't mean make a provision for your house.
Can you imagine
what I say? Wuni future.
Mama Brofonia Babina.
Wuni future. Abraham Maslow, Osidian. The basic needs of life, the physiological needs are here needs. Or say shelter. Physiological needs, including shelter, are basic. No matter what you do, and now better sorry for this. A people say omo free education. What I say? is unwise.
Oh, why?
As compared to, I'm coming. You see, basic needs, I will never survive if I sleep outside. I'm trying to be realistic here. Sorry for my words. No, I won't survive. I can never live.
So how do you reconcile the two?
No, I'm saying that the point is that one is about life. What I say, without it, I can never survive. No. But good year, we can see how we can improve it. So you don't take all the monies of the country. I'm being critical here.
No. You are.
With that Uncle Sheba Kumu. Now people suffer. You come and tell me, say, fine, so be here support. But critically, 2023 budget, the allocations, then they just agriculture.
Yeah.
Almost about 2 billion Ghana cedis invested in agriculture. Health, about 15 billion. Housing, 470,000 or so. Less than 1 million. 23. Less than 1 million budget. Do the percentage. Almost
470 million.
470 some, yes, of course, yes. Million. Pachoti.
Yeah.
Apart from say, omunye we nya no so no. Emraka krana e botima mu for ho ban. I defend the rent control law of this country. Ghana emra miensa nyuase mienu ena ye regulatory rent or ha.
Yeah.
Ye ba Kwame Nkrumah pencil. Ena the Rent Act of 2022 2020.
Yeah.
Ena Kwame Nkrumah by 1963.
Yeah.
61 years now. Bobie. The 220th law of parliament. The Act 220.
Yeah.
1963. And you PNDC law 138 1986.
I see.
No. In this law, no. The framers of this law now want to say, "You be any better dying straight." Was it obedient to me? Let us try to at least protect the people. So what to me CB now we need CBA. The easiest abatement is Bobie. Yeden, but a down home buying, bon crop on buying. Now one like a cry there. I want to say no, omutimi regulate and at the rent control. Kwame Nkrumah pension buy. Now, Ocha section 25, subsection 5, or Samra Ima, or say, if you were bien near Quenya Ghana ha. Say, we see dying now, no, you opa, no, you know, Mamuntinum. Say, one pen also to buy a business. There's law that put that so this so.
And so I talk car. Say, also, we be here and home row. Never the coast station. You're also home row. Quite a so fast, you would be what I say. Yeah. Sa law no and yet to na jemu now obi say me na me say me dan opa tenemu e dey say opa so no yiri ntenemu obi an but at the end of the day you see the upper baby atena no hia chain there or no see you know.
Yes,
that is the problem now.
Bobie me say on say me say you say our government has failed us.
Okay, you break it.
I'm making a point.
No, you break it down.
The government has failed us in all this situation. No, Bobie, you want to Ghana ha? Because the boss me 30 Ghana club.
It's true.
What's it 20 Ghana? Oh nya binchia. On oyatemamini ye anything. You go to no. Etina. In 2015, it took us 40 years to have a national housing policy. That John Dramani man. There be any company law, a policy. And that policy they say when they have a roadmap, I make sure say, I want almost for you. Almost touching baby graduate home. Eti say we be so sit down. Or say we any plan. She has not fit down. Or say there be the me pela maye. Eti me no kase se see obi. I can speak on authority say. What I say?
Yeah.
I'm buying abako and one more so at the Ghana Hamo.
It's so sad, eh?
Omo the Ghana Hamo, seriously.
I double bako pet or say of Bobie bra pantan aboko bi omukoje a single room porch ketwe bi no toilet no bath 700 Ghana cedis a month 700 Ghana cedis also just 3 days ago.
Okay, so me boy say na me kan okay say bia this is how it is now Ghana.
Now Opokwadu says Bobie, the government or Ghana government should take control over the housing, transportation, and social welfare of the country, and we will be successful. For that one, I don't know how we can be successful with that because dying one regulations, aban sum kwaso ofa, aban kwa beden, but said they work now. We have laws, a year regulating your dying policy.
Exactly.
The other side of it is you see how be sending me message. Also on all you feel cement. Now they are buying cement around 110 or 20 Ghana cedis. On our uncle 120 Ghana cedis. Cement FNC die. Now you say on Famejo a boy for. We are talking of iron rods. We are talking about Amia. We are talking about Yabo. Any tiles, any the keka home. And obi so say, ebi a was if you about 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the name I want to say. So, how do you reconcile the two?
You see, on say emra. Say what's your mind more?
Yeah.
Not say what's your mrasia. What means on continue think can you do? Look, emra say. Opa ayet obia menye sure say aban bia na president be so ko se ko fada ko han o. No, you decided to you waduma person dey to earn an income. Emra wo ho. Bobie say if is yes on in that street so a ya ba bun sini ba bi da. But law is law. You can never say law no say obi o ho a me no ka say 10 years on your maintenance on fee.
Yeah.
10 years old. Yet Osidano 30 years ago. Yet to cement no sim matum. And a banish show na omoya illegality, perpetually.
But also
I've requested say there must be a rent tax force. Let's find the solutions. Omoya rent assistance. Yes.
Say no. Why na kwa so come for call? Enyama too. And I guess so sad.
Okay.
About it. Ghana. Bobie, you know me very well. You know me how I have my stance on national issues. Okay, but there are certain issues I think say because both parties need energy politics need to any decongestion. MPP or power number so me decongestion. Political capital man DC. They chance on it. Also mutumo no man amasie NDC will power no be decongestion a political capital edma MPP nansai me pacho me come straight me to about 2004 2008 man to about MPP me asantine me jai me to about more mu bio
okay
me bia o masum me to about Emma Kufo, Mantraba Mercufuado. We name so Omeyu, Yanni, a meme opinion.
Okay.
A meme opinion. It doesn't represent Muamotia.
Okay.
Metrabama, Yatamas Nature Mahama. Right. But Regional Minister no Coeno, Cassiano. Yes. He was doing something wonderful. And men are supporting. Within 3 days, 4 days, we are across central clear. Even though now man for so on by some the PAP and Krofobi were other side. No, me, I don't care. What I care is that there must be order. Ewo ye kronumu. Why not John Bodu number to see so? MVP for now, better see this. So wouldn't say you call 2020 elections. At the end of the year, bet against the make a basic work task force. So say MPP tax force, housing tax force is here. And NDC in your and some MPP for the crowd catch almost say, Massa, at this hour don't do it. NDC banners a John Mama say obeya. NDC for the culture and say a bad policy. Open say yeah, party the young popular. So we are in a fix as a country.
We are a core to the issues I can. Mankate tax force woto ha no akọ franco we so green na what to say bonten yes tax force na make na bibia say your rent law eba
yeah
it should be instituted in the law.
Your rent law eba
the parliament America say
for how long
I'm reading one I call 2022 until be 1.5 years na edi housing committee ho omunja mu no ma be pass no bi ho ato no ha
omunfa
uti it is our task force no akwete saman if you saman district your 261 district
okay
you be employ people omo dey omo yes aduma no
yeah
feel when omo charge kese no they were supposed to pay 8% tax we are commercial we for commercial we 15% and no pay sika twetwere die e bit ma boy you fee nsem
okay and the more you charge the more na me
and now they charge with impunity. Omu tax omu tax ma wan. What I said the law says Ghana revenue tax no you pay percent KBA with the dollars I will pay 8%.
Very interesting comment from friend.
And it's in the law and revenue when other the omu timi
Kofi Sama send you a message because look ta Ajapoku to hold on his breath. He's just wasting his breath because those who are supposed to implement the laws are the same people who have built houses and renting it out. So, what is it?
And then I say your education you. You say okay monfa. And then you can wa.
Yeah.
You can so many years. Almost events saying say say Stama opese senka ye pese be boy ho a this is the time to take critical decisions. I'm telling you say if housing is the topical issue in Ghana now him say obelu so about because of housing everybody will make sure obey mala papa bi amana ye mala
because unim ade am nwa hwa me ma hwa this manifesto hwa this MPP manifesto under the 4th Republic from President Kufuor's time after Rawlings exited. At no point in time were housing issue a topic in election done.
And nobody is questioning them.
And they don't talk about it. It's like they even supporters no mushia sebia Orajo Mama betranse busa me questioner. Last time Orajo Mama saw on Facebook. But somewhere last 2 weeks or last 3 weeks or so. Say a man for musa questions. Nobody cared. But I'm more free busa no so I'm on a bread with rental. But nobody cared. And I was like, really?
That's it.
Me follow the answer. I said no. Because on also oya penny who busa na na adwene be ba no so say, hey, ade we your man for ade here. So
Bobie me say Friday, was it Wednesday? So I follow Mahama on the Facebook pra. Tenant Union of Ghana, we pay courtesy call on him.
Friday we are.
I'm on the issue statement.
Nanti, any matter say nyame na come akoma say me from.
I'm kind of aware.
I'm not aware.
So we went in Facebook. Comment a lot.
So you see, even in the media circles, we refuse to discuss it.
Any problem? No, I thought to say, Papa, he made his intention. Say, okay, me free abamu no. This is what I'm quoting Mama.
No, so I then.
Was me free abamu no. Makufi. But who say house and a bigger issue, honestly. Na me name is Lodina Mahama. You feel about me, I say, quiet balloon. You go pay Bobie Hoja.
No more who say yes.
Now, me could cheers, Kabia. If you Mahama is straightforward. And you have the video here. I'm coming back, patrol.
Okay.
Or say, me name is Lodina. Me name Lodina Mahama. You go hide then. And now you're brave. Now, me drivers, and no more we have my net or say me rent as soon. Now, mobile 2 years, 3 years, and me training me soon. Eti tenant union.
Ave de akọ ho.
Nti enye easy.
Akọ ho.
Na me pese me build legacy. Na legacy no house na ka ho. Eti no onu fi say Sa affordable housing na can one say affordable housing eno enye adwuma. Eti yen fa low cost housing.
Low cost.
What mama means by low cost no? We are waiting say onye bold. No function the manifesto na. No me defending on country how you do it. But okay no no maybe a me feel say senka oba na ko obeya me feel say nka be boti mamufo pa.
Wow.
Ti me first akunya we so na me di na sia ni kabia kese jabo bibire dan won fie
no more engage the current administration.
Me kaba in fact you delete ko to Jubilee House about 6 months ago. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wan fie obia. You see
oh ajapoku jaisa
me say I can me like me tell you reminder ko Jubilee House one fee.
Wow.
And you see yeah politics,
of course,
yeah ton policies, you promote policies, you tell policy, and now me catch your Bobie ne I tell you
yeah
National Tenant Union of Ghana I'm a 12 million yama ho so
yeah
one on high down now about 50 million, and we decide who become the president. Over to you see
but ebia omo rent figures net sir but ebia nyo omo nyina na ehye wase
there be but what you say directly me got your 200,000 registered members okay indirectly no me tell kan me say wo for ni part time emu 9 high dan
yes it's true
omo timi nkasa that means they have issues. It may advocacy my advocacy is direct and indirect.
Okay
obi so am say make sawa
yeah
okay yeah. But advocacy is to influence the policy of the government and decisions of this country. Say jame boy kasana sa ban ehu say ye no ye say ya be boa me but on suma me independent advocacy no.
Anyway, so I don't pay many production crew. To be honest, never mind me but me tell you some the 5% increment in electricity bills, then the 2%. Then I started, let me drive it. Then I started asking myself questions like, hey, into young guy, young lady, 20 years, 22, 25, or per se, or rented, or renting, say, no what Tokania say, no what Tunsu say, ni income you say, we go all per se or side to one school so, obey a dang food. And that is where about me to say almost share to be beside producer say you will be a tenant association as my team no see yeah all cross check here and I think it's a very nice conversation but for saying West guy says it is hard to control what you are not part in reference to as my can say I dare no cost now on can to control it a be a problem
I'm fighting show quick man. Now no you rent omo ye national rent assistance scheme so uti ya and I want it
yeah
can you believe say imagine say time on be launch no mu say if you be national tenant union of Ghana
on be fremo
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to cabinet ministers chief of staff omo we went and represent Ghanaian tenants and we caution them
now it will be
I gave solidarity for all tenants in this country.
But the point is, okay, so if Saokosa program now, is it not enough to solve our tenant?
Is it time we put together that framework called National Rent Assistance Scheme?
Yeah.
They did not see the need to involve the stakeholders. Almost say interministerial there.
Now, scheme, tell me.
National Rent, almost say, almost even the legality and the lawlessness aspect of it say, almost to be as a 2 years rent advance. Which negates the same law now.
I didn't want fight to say 2 years in Kenya, 1 year. Was member 2 years.
That is where the law is handicapped. Wider consultation. I think they are not repository of knowledge. And also, me no can say almost say come on the 100 million Ghana cedis ne be shame. Almost the 30 million ne shame. As that February before I send so watch echo trade rules. Obama report to say 1,492 Ghanaians have benefited from the 30 million.
1,492. 1,492.
And they have expended 19 million Ghana cedis.
Hey! Hey!
Put us
Mr. Wake
they expended 19 and we said we made a statement. We issue a statement that we do not agree. One, your criteria of even getting music, it wasn't fair. Why? The informal sector, yeah, you're chomagu. And no more 10,000, 15,000, you're high. So, that's kind of national rental assistance scheme, means on the campaign. Remember the campaign say, when I'm so making mistake, it's going to be serious because we are going to awake and make sure say be the premier Martin on Mabiasi. There's no way but say I'm not better Fakadama organa have you. Because Mijama Nippon pim even Nippon Mutu Abama president, the people I speak for is pull your numbers that made you the president. It make us up personality for Ghanaian people. Even if it takes my life.
Almost I'm a nipa 1,490
and almost spend 19 million.
So I'm from Kohai 19 million. And yet 290 billion.
19 million Ghana cedis.
At 290 billion.
And I'm saying, look, can you publish the names?
Okay, yeah, because 1,492 days.
But we are Google,
yeah,
your time, but national tenant of Ghana.
I see.
Every month we issue a statement.
I see.
We don't believe in flooding or cladding ourselves in red. We want to do a fair, objective analysis and make sure say we make influence or we influence policies. You need say call demonstration. I said red, no maybe pictures and Juma. One I call demonstration. My friend
anyway,
so I was saying that what's it about
1,492.
Maybe you say 1,500. So it's coming out to 12 million per person.
Okay, that's 12,600 something. 120 million
exactly
per person. It average. You divide yeah. It's a big 300,000, 30,000. Okay. No,
so we know, or yeah, average
yeah, 1,500.
1,500 against people. People. Then just say yeah, ma obia sika pepa. Now I could see 19 million Ghana cedis now. 12,000 Ghana cedis, which obviously is a lie.
I may say, is it crazy?
If you bring 3,000.
Oh, may say a loot and share. I have described the policy, the National Rental Assistance Scheme, as a failed policy. They must withdraw it, call stakeholders, and redefine and review it. Now, who say about Ghanaians? But so say I don't think say Obi free MPP who will jump on ticket and say yeah money pan say because you millions or more per than and money assistant no. It won't even from money pa 2,000.
But how did the Musia Mahamano Mua Musan say? Sir, affordable housing no a normal ya almost 50,000, 100,000 Ghana no. Why? And yeah, both NDC MPP. Was affordable? How affordable?
Bobie, me free say Obian find a manifesto my
how affordable?
Obi, me say I feel young. I can't 5 months or 4 me me say Obama opportunity near Bamo. I'm telling you for a fact that we are going to scrutinize these policies with the house and everybody be BM. MPP since 1992, blah blah boy your housing. Uti, yeah, you better take a decision about 2 of them, especially MPP and NDC. Near actually, but near more beat churchill. We are and say we go and check the year 2000. We went to International Press Conference Center. You compare MPP manifesto in housing and now MPP. They said the MPP and far better than NDC.
2000.
Go and check. Yeah, 2020.
2020.
And we declare support. Say MPP manifesto our house and far better than Mahamadian with no fear from them this time around. We are transit say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the face and the as a tenant union yeah you be do check support your campaign.
I see.
You can tag us and I've said on authority all the people we have in this country we will meet them and make play campaign say minuanom yeni Mahmoudi yedimonim say dancing akoto abana Toma John Dramani Mahama na Toma Mahmoud Bawumia based on policy.
I'll come back to you. Louis Ama Ashiboy says, good afternoon, Mr. Bobie Ansah. Please, I want you to wish my father, who is an ardent listener of your Citizen Show program, Reverend Emmanuel Ashiboy Mensah, a happy 80th birthday. He's 80 years today. Wow. Hey, yeah, better. For saying West, it says a single room self-contained is now 1,000 Ghana cedis. Parts of Dansuman. Okay, so Fuseni says government had no right to control rent in Ghana because they had no houses to control Mpo. Commander, watching you live from UK, please. Well, it's okay, so let me move on. Ayi Michael says, good afternoon, bro. Good analysis. All right, thank you. Then another, Fuseni said, the state lands that government can use to control rent had been given out to friends and family in the name of PPE, public-private partnership, PPP. All right, so Alfred Apo is here with us on your Facebook page. Star 413 has and ubedi di peche Mr. No more atun temansana yabobo. But konwano, so you can call. Ya pesa ye citizen show. So we include the people and minim ASEPA think tank. The entire more friend na me busa because already should be about your friend is a scheme. To be honest with you, today is my first time me this our figures we that almost as a super running scheme be to give rent loans to people. And as a super figure the abano 1,492 people or so almost 19 million Ghana cedis. And we know almost say 30 million. Also no say 100 million. Almost no 30 million. 30 million no emu 19 and also almost ama enipa 1,492 a year for loans. Mr. Butcher breaking it down. So if you are to do, let's say round figure 1,500 now divided by 19 million divided by 1,500, then which means you are doing 12,000 Ghana cedis per head, 120 million per head. Tiama Kruma Nkola 1,500.
It will be interesting to know. Okay, so Ochina, Mayor RTI.
Okay.
I call Ministry of Housing.
Okay.
For them
that is why I called you as a think tank
of the beneficiary, because to be honest with you, this is the first time I made this. This is the first time I'm hearing say a bank say what my rent allowance
19 million Ghana cedis and 1,492 now benefit. It's on record.
1,492 Ghanaians. A coin best one and then what was the selection process?
No Ajapoku say and Domoka say they should supply them names. Because 1,492 nipa nye ade say bro buy so
you should press it
to provide.
You should supply it.
It says supply us the names. Let's know. Say bia ebia region tagbi yema nipa 3 Bobie Ansah kuma santima mpo yema nipa 4 Jamestown yema nipa 10 bono at least we should have a fair idea because it's our taxpayers money.
Yes, we deserve it. We deserve to know. So we'll do an RTI on it.
And I even probably almost like this kind of my mem faith munchel almost non-refundable amount of 100 Ghana cedis, right?
Well, out of the money original.
Hey, before you be go document no. It's a nipa 10,000 apply ya. Not the 1,000 nya ya. There's a nipa 9,000 nya no. There's a shit.
Another fraud. Another fraud.
Say amount be a.
So ube process go online. So me pay say me the boot you interested. Boy pay. You better start no be 300 for
processing fee.
I found some. Eti u ko 100 guarantee no. No problem. Eti nipa 1,492 no me no. Say nipa 10,000 apply ya. And 9,000 enya. Multiply 9,000 times 100 Ghana.
About with the BBA to send them one.
And on my private man rent masters. It's a private entity, individual.
Matidino, okay, rent masters.
Rent masters.
Fiesta aside.
Rent masters. Any Zoom line there? Okay.
We are private, no, in America. And we operate here about 5 years.
Okay.
A move for him from here. No more to buy.
And the young say they are kind of nipa 10,000 na apply. More 1,500. And the say 8,500. 8,500 will be to 100 a year non-refundable. And he say, and I say
850,000.
850,000.
8.5 billion. It is canon.
Hey! This is scam, eh?
It's a scam. And that's what I'm saying. Me per se election when you see the tenant of Ghana, we will ensure say a moment example we come literally being for due campaign and fly.
Anyway, me per se involved so that
but I'm really interested in this matter.
Yeah, until my first bit
into Ochina will file an RTI with the ministry. Say they should just provide the data of the beneficiaries. That's all we need, and then we can scrutinize. So yeah, because this matter I think it is worth pursuing. Yeah.
Anyway, remember back. So New York says Takrade, 1 bedroom hall is now 1,000 Ghana cedis in Takrade, and Ablek Molebu, a single room is 250 Ghana cedis. Okay, so Pastor Lai says good afternoon, Commander, and his team. Alright, so good afternoon. Let's come back. 03022088090. If you have issues about rent, yendin komo. A chromi ayedin, water bill, light bill. But ya hoteliers there in Wajuma, Mama Mehu. But Ansah na Mensa Messia back no. Then issues with plastic manufacturers, because right now idea bia say Ghana bia no packaging in plastics, water, food, building construction, and all those things. Plastic, but interestingly, so you better dialysis and so juma. You better dialysis juma.
Today we had an IPAC meeting. I'm just coming from the IPAC meeting, so I hope so.
No. You're not so special. You're not so special, and we will deal with dialysis. You see, and then I catch me production crew and say, look. If we don't step out there and touch on the main issues, and they might be free and circle, then we will be just fighting among ourselves and all that. So, plastic manufacturers, 5% excise tax on ex-factory price. What is it, Mr. Bobie?
I just said, me because me maintain here, you here, you can't say be excise tax. A punishment tax. Just say at the Kodena or Kwakoto use no sadeno injurious to your health. Example to say tobacco and I say alcohol.
Really?
And to say adeno injurious dear. And the far a Bobie tax being to discourage you from buying or using. Now Ube to me catch me say PVC pipe, plastic pipe now builders and as a construction you use for electrical wiring. And I say poly tank now to edins you gumunu injurious to your health. And I say plastic bucket and ice chest and I say cooler. And I say next time there in buildings they use aluminium beam for window profile no a plastic. Are you saying say injurious? There be a biom, sir, tax way 5% no. There is no footnote. Into a government, pure government revenue. But Bobie, since 13 years ago, NAS actually say you another tax. Your friend 10% environmental excise tax. And no ye raw materials no e bahabo and say betumi you know ye tax no. For the past 13 years, ye tax as of 31st December 2023, Sika accrued is over 1.97 billion Ghana cedis.
From sector From sector
for a period of 13 years. The sad thing is Sasika a consolidated fund. Into me and you move even one CD. Say they call acquire plastic waste ejuma. The footnote on this 10% environmental excise tax enchechire mu nya ne say saa sika no ye be bi e dia support omo ye plastic recycling and I say was say ye plastic waste home management bi be saa sika no e dia ye yentumi yi 1 cedi kra emfan ye enu echi no wo sign asamba e de another 5% excise tax enu de pure government revenue. Now the thing is say almost can be a train say a consumer tax into a money higher yeah plastic money higher
consumer tax meaning yeah na yebetua
exactly yen push you and farm out yes it be ye push you so a ye ejuma begu because purchasing power na nkasa no any hobby and yeah eastern and western borders in a very porous when it comes to trading and as a goods in Tinkrofo at the far Togo a Freeport at the far Abidjan yeah tax systems Ghana in the sub-region we are the highest, we are the champion at Bano taxes until we cannot compete with manufacturing from Togo and I say Ivory Coast even today Burkina Faso cry to Ghana and as a company there almost losing customers but as a country we have lost revenue. Ivory Coast
even unemployment
yes Ivory Coast have gained employment and Ghana has lost employment. There were two and so called Togo and two more are doing simulation exercise Togo until a year we'll all go there. Now you are manufacturing no by ECOWAS protocol no near export
no so is the trade ministry aware of this?
BBA Kosubiano we put them in copy
so these informations they have it,
they should have it.
No,
they should have it.
No, do you know for a fact that they have it?
They should have it. Ube to me Omfre Dr. Joseph Obin Guta president. He is our partner. Yeni nyina ekoba e was ansem we nyina mu. Government they don't. Omuni. Enti ye kire say sa tax way ye ntumi sanje nka ho. So omo eye chinchiran a we will shut down.
So the 5% that neighbor.
Yes. Say last week mono and the week right no almost started say GRA for started say afi there almost tata yen say sa tax the edge so one tua and ye be assessment of njuma wa ye na ye twa ebo with penalty for you and you say we the afi there matra red line and you say ban sa dia ye be shut it down na the thing say ye ka say ye shut it down one omo workers are omo direct permanent workers MIN 39,000.
Were you
39,000
within the plastic manufacturing
the pet and no pet Ansah pure water for no omo bottled water any pure water no without yen no they can't you want to me find you paper more and I say
no way
yeah
no way
omo so no we have over 4,000 sachet water companies
in Ghana.
Almost create employment of 1.43 million Ghanaians. Ansah recycling. Me sure say monamo amubehu say and kwakran we kra almost we ni ade. You're talking about 1.7 million people in that sector. Into you can say jai we are talking about 3.7 million Ghanaians. Omo engagement ye. But enumpono company bia ewo Ghana ye companies ewo Ghana be to say 100 at least emu 92 omu nyina enjuma mu ye no omu hia plastic packaging and so to me ayo mo etuma nti ye ka say ye shut it down asem kese pa nti ye kire aban say ye bonu kokko ye pese finance minister no on frey yen emfa yentenase on ma hihye sa emre we on man frey yen
awan ka kire ho
debi on man ka bibia nkire
on ma involve no
debi and a plastics no so no technical on tiase on nim bibia e fa plastic so we can say plastic no ye wo to say black carry bags no ye jutum say eno e ha adwene e kwan wo ho bitumi e dia esi anokwan nti we can say we dey eno we dey tax kakra bi to so dia it makes sense but wontumi kan kire me say like PVC pipes and they just say Ghana water from better now transport ensure about Accra FM.
No, even various communities so because what they ensure
exactly and way there am so frustrated now when you know chino Bobie I mean can be being true say yeah raw materials na ye de ba no duties are yetua if you put together yen kakra na we are paying to government revenue 10.5 billion Ghana cedis in duties. Yen taxes